to see all of you today at FICCI's third edition of GatiShakti Summit, which is themed at driving logistic efficiency through warehousing and multimodal connectivity. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guests. It is an absolute delight to call on stage Ms. Anita Praveen, Chairperson, Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority of India. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Pankaj Kumar, Joint Secretary, Logistics, DPIIT. Shri Rajat Kumar Saini, MD and CEO, NICDC, and Chairman, NICDC Logistics Data Services. Mr. Anshuman Singh, Co-Chair, FICCI Committee on Logistics, and Managing Director and CEO of Indospace. Our Co-Chair, Mr. Tripathi, is on the way and shall be joining us soon. Ms. Neerja Singh, Assistant Secretary General, FICCI. Before we start today's proceeding, ladies and gentlemen, at FICCI, in keeping our commitment towards sustainability, instead of presenting our dignitaries a bouquet of flowers, we present a thicket of trees. The certificate is our commitment to plant trees in the name of our honorable guest at the Trees for Ram Bhoomi, Ayodhya, Uttar Pradesh. As a token of our gratitude, may I request our co-chair, Mr. Anshuman Singh, to kindly present a green certificate to all our dignitaries. And we'll start with Ms. Anita Praveen ji. May I also request Mr. Singh to present a green certificate to Shri Pankaj Kumar. A certificate to Mr. Saini. Thank you very much. Without any further ado, and to set the ball rolling, I would now like to invite our co-chair, Mr. Anshuman Singh, to deliver the welcome address and the context setting for today's summit.
Thank you, Komal. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third edition of the FICCI GatiShakti Logistics Summit. Let me start by first welcoming our esteemed guests, Ms. Anita Praveen, Shri Pankaj Kumar, and Shri Rajat Saini and Neerja. Welcome to all of you for this session. In the 1980s, the US Army invented a word called VUCA. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. The consultants around the world took liking to this word in the early 2000s. In India, in the 2005 to 2015 era, a lot of consultants talked about VUCA. The VUCA is changing the country, VUCA is. I don't think they had foreseen 2026. If there's any VUCA, I think it is VUCA today. The real VUCA is now, here and now, and I don't think anybody anticipated this. And just to give you an example of how much VUCA is there, our chair for the FICCI Logistics Committee, Rizwan, could not be here today because he's stuck in the UAE. Yesterday, I normally take the morning flight in the interest of productivity because in logistics, you're always hard pressed for time. This is one of those functions where there's always chaos. There's always VUCA. Luckily, I took the flight yesterday evening, and yesterday Delhi had bad weather. Now, we have seen enough bad weather like this all our lives. I've been traveling for almost 50 years. My flight has never got diverted in the last 50 years ever. I've heard of other people's flights getting diverted. In any weather, my flights have never got diverted. For the first time in my life, yesterday evening, my flight got diverted to Udaipur. And I, of course, landed at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know whether it's because of the weather or it's because suddenly the premium on certainty has gone up hugely and the discount on uncertainty is increased. I mean, the same airlines would have landed earlier. Because of the uncertain events that happened last year, I think the airlines have become far more uncertain. And I think the flight should not have been diverted yesterday. In normal circumstances, I've seen enough weather like this to land, but it got diverted. What an uncertain world. Today, because of the uncertainty, certain meetings got scheduled, and one of our guests for this panel could not turn up because a sudden, normally at such high levels, meetings are arranged, but suddenly meeting had to be arranged today. In such an uncertain world, I think this is where the GatiShakti program, the PM GatiShakti initiative, and FICCI's initiatives to further the program amongst the industry becomes all the more important. And what a great day to start this program, because this event was planned several months ago. When Nija told me it was several months ago that this event is being planned for today, nobody knew that it would be timed in a manner that today morning a 33,000 crore program called Bhavya Bharat Audhyogik Vikas Yojana got launched specifically on logistics parks under the PM GatiShakti program. Now that's more than a coincidence. I mean, it could not have been planned, right? But this only shows the premium on uncertainty that this country is now placing, the premium that the PM GatiShakti program is placing on certainty. In an uncertain world, India is doing all it can to bring certainty. Earlier, we were producing locally for local consumption. Small, unorganized logistics setups, infrastructure came up across the country. Over the years, in the early 2000s, logistics parks as a concept came up, and industrial parks in a very sporadic manner came up, and India started producing nationally for national consumption. However, in COVID, the biggest uncertain event of our times, suddenly the whole global world play became one. And in the AI and the chip sector, suddenly now the world is one single market. In that environment, India is building logistics infrastructure across the country to bring certainty to manufacturing and logistics to enable consumption in the country. To do that, so we had a very small organized logistics play in the country 20 years back. Today, India has 500 million square feet of logistics parks, out of which 250 million square feet of logistic parks is in the grade A organized sector space. So in the last 25 years, India has been able to achieve 250 million square feet of logistic parks in grade A out of 500 million. Just to give you context, what is going to happen in the next 5 years? This 500 million square feet of logistics parks is going to grow to more than 1,000 million square feet of logistic parks. The 250 million of grade A is going to become 750 million square feet of grade A in the next 5 years. So whatever we have done in the last 25 years, more than double of that will be done in the next 5 years, and all included in the all under the aegis of the PM GatiShakti program, combined with the National Logistics Policy, combined with the MMLP program, and the today's launched Bhavya Logistics program, with public-private partnership, with 36 state governments, 57 ministries coming together, 1700 GIS layers integrated with each other, all working together to achieve one end goal: India becoming infrastructure independent, India becoming manufacturing independent, India becoming independent from the rest of the world, and producing and consuming on its own and not dependent on the uncertainty across the world. This is the big change that is happening. Although GatiShakti is only a 5-year-old program, but the kind of impact that it is having across the country is for all to see. And it is in this context that we welcome all of you here to this program, where we will discuss all the factors related to the GatiShakti, the infrastructure, the private sector investment, the multimodal logistics parks, the unified logistics interface platforms, and so on. India today is a $300 billion logistics market, will cross $500 billion in the next 5 years. GatiShakti program has evaluated 352 major infrastructure projects valued at 16 lakh crores. The overall summary is that we have the most exciting time in terms of logistics and multimodal infrastructure over the next 5 to 10 years. I've been involved in this. The current 250 million grade A logistics infrastructure that we have out of 500, I've been very fortunate to have been involved in approximately directly or indirectly about 100 million out of the 250, personally over the last 25 years. And we are sure that it will now reach 750 million of grade A over the next 5 years. The next 5 years is key. This is where we will see the development. I used to speak at forums between 2000 to 2010, and every forum there was one number quoted by me and by others. India is 13% of logistics cost. It has to come down. It is much higher than the world. Of course, we were all selling. We were all selling the concept of logistics in this country. The concept of logistics was an easy one. But at the back of our mind, we were always unsure. Is 13% actually a logical number? Where has this number come from? And finally, I'm happy to say that finally, over the last couple of years, the databases have been corrected. The numbers have been corrected. And of course, India has evolved over the last 10 years dramatically. And today we are close to 7.97% of logistics costs of the GDP compared to what was touted as 13%. Not the entire reduction has been because of improvement in logistics. There has been some changes in the base, but large part of it has happened because of the improvement. So that's 8% of 7.9% of logistics cost of GDP. I think this is something to celebrate. The task of the PM GatiShakti program to bring India to top 25 of the logistics parameters in the world will help industry and consumption take this country forward. With this, I'll stop here. Welcome all of you here. Have a great day of very intellectual, insightful, and exciting sessions, and look forward to all the speakers share their views and thoughts today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, for the welcome address in setting the stage for the deliberations today, also highlighting the strategic vision for logistic integration that will drive efficiency across India's supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to announce that FICCI, in partnership with Grant Thornton Bharat, who is also the knowledge partner for today's summit, has prepared a report on transforming India's logistics ecosystem, focus on warehousing, cold chain, and the role of technology. Before I invite Ms. Anita Praveen and other dignitaries on the dais to release the report, I would request Mr. Chirag Jain from Grant Thornton Bharat to join us for the report launch. Ladies and gentlemen, this knowledge report highlights India's logistic ecosystem and how it is undergoing a decisive shift from capacity creation to system efficiency, driven by convergence of infrastructure, technology, and policy reforms. May I request all the dignitaries to kindly stand up and formally launch this report. Thank you very much, Anita ji. Thank you all the dignitaries on the dais. Moving on, I would now request Shri Rajat Kumar Saini ji, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, NICDC, to deliver the special address, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, FICCI, for making me a part of this conference. And I should say, very interesting context setting, not just the facts and figures, but the way you portrayed the problem. And just imagine what happened with you yesterday if it had happened with cargo. So that is the problem we are dealing with over here, and all of us are trying, not all of us, all of you are trying to solve that. I'm largely a benefactor of that problem. So I'm CEO of National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation. So a lot of times I am invited to these logistic related meetings. People think that we build these corridors where road etc. is there, so there would be some relation to logistics. So our relation to logistics, so we are largely a beneficiary of all the great work that all of you are doing and a lot of government agencies are doing in making logistics infrastructure and also ensuring that the predictability is improved. We make Greenfield Industrial Smart City and the likes of those. In fact, the scheme that was launched yesterday, Bhavya, about which Anshumanji was saying, that will also be implemented by National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation. So, how does this whole ecosystem align? Is that why before building any industrial smart city slash industrial park, industrial area, or even at the state level, what the good work that is happening, a lot of planning goes into that. And if we go 10 years back or 15 years back, a lot of that planning used to be related to infrastructure and last mile connectivity. We had just started, or we had planned the spine like Western Dedicated Freight Corridor, Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor, expressways, multiple expressways, etc., etc. Now, in last 10 years, what has happened? A lot of that infrastructure has been built or is in the process of being built. In fact, if I remember the figure correctly, we have around in the national investment pipeline some $1.3 trillion or something, and most of it would eventually be going to infrastructure and thereby improving logistics. And what we additionally do is we try to leverage that and build industrial smart cities. So when it comes to the predictability bit, when our investors meet us, so one bit is, okay, how much is the infrastructure, how much is the logistics cost, which Mr. Singh said, okay, it used to hover, not it used to, the perception was that it was hovering somewhere around 13-14%, and now it is hovering somewhere around 8-9, whatever. But all of us here need to accept that there is, we need to do a lot of work on the predictability bit, and that will not just need the infrastructure creation by public sector, it will also require maybe some logistics workforce training. The PM GatiShakti Vishwavidyalaya is a good initiative, is one of its first initiative in this regard. Logistics academies are opening up. The organizations like FICCI, CII are leading many such initiatives. So we need a lot of trained workforce in logistics, and for that a paradigm change. Again, what Mr. Singh was saying, that logistics used to be in, or is still somewhere in silos, where we consider logistics is just, okay, some transport company, some warehousing company, etc., etc. So a lot of formalization needs to happen, and along with that formalization, there would be skilled improvement, and then that predictability bit will come. A lot of reforms, even in terms of our regulations, need to happen, and government through its high level committee on Viksit Bharat, and as well as the deregulation exercise, which Honorable PM has pointed out in 2-3 of his previous 15th August speeches, that work is also going on very fast. So the policy part of it, how these mechanics work, how the interface between government regulators and the logistic player works, that is also, I think, is going to change very soon. And all these things will couple with the push for manufacturing that is happening. The way Indian economy is growing, in fact, it is one of the bright spots or brightest spots that is there. For such a huge economy to be growing at 7% plus, and even in terms of dollar returns, we are able to provide good returns to international investors. So in all those things, logistics, the private sector as well as the government sector and their policies have a big role to play. The planning has been done, the planning is being done for the hard interventions, for the deregulation, for regulators in their behavior and all for the skill improvement of workforce. And we hope that in a few years we would be reaching our target of being in top 25 as far as the logistics is concerned. There has been a lot of visible improvement which the previous speakers have told, and I hope that all the stakeholders and who are present over here and the wider audience through which we are reaching through FICCI, all of us are on board in this great reform, not just policy reform, great reform that we are trying to do through improvement in logistics. I again thank FICCI for inviting me over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sering, for sharing your insight and also highlighting the role of NICDC in further accelerating the vision of PM GatiShakti National Master Plan. I will now request Shri Pankaj Kumar, Joint Secretary Logistics DPIIT, to kindly deliver his special address.
Good morning to you all, especially the dignitaries on dais. Anshuman ji has almost said what JS Logistic need to say, all the data, all the figures, and those all I just authenticate that. So I say that all those are very, very correct, and it was very heartening to listen from someone from industry, especially about the figures of logistic cost, because that we wanted to put across to the industry brethren that our logistic cost is not so high as one of the report which was based on some vague data sets and some very, very obscure kind of logic. That logic was, when I went deeper into that, that was same logic through which artificial intelligence work now. So what they did, they developed a model AI some 4 years back, and they put some data, whatever was available in public domain in all the developing countries. And those models were prepared based on the developed countries' logistic model, and they put the public data available, and they just anticipated what the what logistic cost will be, and they came out with 14%. And the impact, the discourse was so deeply embedded into the community of industries and policymakers and all, that is still after almost 6 months of release of the logistic cost assessment, almost all are still taking those figures, 13-14%. So it was heartening to listen from FICCI's Anshumanji, and I hope that this house will propagate this logistic cost, and those are very robustly based on data provided by Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, MOSPI. Those data are public. You can go and you can see on what basis we have came out with that, and that was done by a very good institute, NCAER. I hope you all are aware. So we should have the confidence that our logistic cost, as far as cost is concerned, is not so high. It is competitive. Keeping India is such a complex kind of, geographically such a complex and large country, and the way we have laid out our infrastructure, it's a very commendable kind of figure. But sorry, I'm taking a lot more time on logistic cost, but one thing, Sagar, my director, is sitting here, we always discuss, and he has got a view, and it is true that logistic cost is only one component of logistic efficiency. It doesn't mean that if you have got very less logistic cost, it's very good. It is not just translatable like that. Many things goes into making your logistic resilient, sustainable, efficient, and catering to the overall interest of all the stakeholders concerned. So that is my second point I want to focus upon, that we have been very good at creating infrastructure, including logistic infrastructure. In last 15 years, I think India has done a tremendous kind of job in project planning and execution in the road sector, rail sector, industrial park, industrial corridor, And now that is moving into multimodal logistic park and all kind of infrastructure, huge warehouse and all. ICDs, CFS, AFS, new ports, lot of huge number of good port, Mundra and now Badhawan port and Vijinjam, these all are coming up. Good number of airports now coming up in Northeast and many other places. We have done a very tremendous metro, almost all city of India, even tier 2 city now having a metro rail corporation and metro lines are laid. This is a very impressive infrastructure we have laid out. But what we are missing, this is my view, many of you may resonate this, we are lacking integration. And what I mean by integration, I will give you one example. I visited ICD Nagpur, and what the Freight Forwarder Association told me that, sir, before these impressive ICDs were have not come up some 10 years before, our life was easier than now. Why? Because now there are Government of India, Concord ICD, Adani's ICDs and other ICDs, and the volume of cargo, and they all are pumping their containers to railway. That is the only way to go to JNPT. Now what is happening, when these ICDs were not there, it was taking 48 hours to reach to JNPT. Now it is taking 96 hours and more. Why? Because these ICDs came up, but the railway line, the capacity of the goods train to carry all these increased volume to JNPT has not increased. So what is the benefit of this? There is a choke point. Like Hormuz has become a choke point. Now we very well understand what the choke point means. If you have got a large channel of water and there is a certain 21 mile, then what you will do? So you have got a huge amount of ICDs, this many containers and all warehouse are there, and then there is a choke point. Now railway has become a Hormuz. So this is one example only. Now take another example. We are having impressive highways and all. We have been through NPG, 352, and most of them are highways. I am having the figure 164 highway projects have been evaluated by Network Planning Group. They all are coming up. But how many of them are really networked and integrated to the socio-economic nodes of the catchment area of that highway? Just see, even and sometime socially also we do something very questionable. Like I have seen one road highway NHAI built. They have built a wall, access control we say, and they have taken the land of the poor villagers of that area, and those are now even not accessed. There's no connectivity from those villages. Even a small road is not linking to that highway. So that highway is just passing through your village. Suppose you are a village man, you have given land for that highway and you are not able to access that. So this kind of disjointed kind of development. Now we are focusing on integration. How much can we do? That is another question, how much government can do. But you all, industry fraternity, I am urging you to look into the integration. Whatever you do, you see how those are networked and connected to those who are actually going to use it or can be benefited, even if they are not user right now. The PM GatiShakti principle is what integration is. The PM GatiShakti, if you are less aware about that, many take it as a portal, a GIS portal where 1700 data layers of all kind are laid down and you can visualize and you can see. Now public can also see. We have opened the PM GatiShakti to public. That also I want to stress upon through this forum, because very few are accessing that. Please access. How you can access? You go to DPIT site and there is a link where you will be told that how you can access PM GatiShakti. Use it for your project planning, just to see what is passing through your project nearby, rivers, lakes and all, or the other alignment to your project. Please see that. So what I was saying, that PM GatiShakti is not only a portal, it is as well as a principle. The principle is that we should have integration, whole of area concept, whole of government concept. Through network planning group, when we are evaluating the infrastructure project of 500 crore and more, that also I want to inform this house that we are very closely now evaluating each and every project through the principles of PM GatiShakti, whether that project is integrating to the catchment area, whether it is its last mile connectivity and first mile connectivity is ensured so that the people who should use it, like a railway line is laid from the station, suppose there is a big temple, how that big temple is connected to the nearest railway station. All those roads which are leading to the temple, are they wide enough? Are they strengthened? This we are looking into, and also the whole of the area concept. The third point I want to, what Rajat ji also said, that is reform. That is much required. It is true that our Honorable Prime Minister has launched a vigorous attempt of deregulation. Now secretaries to Government of India have been assigned states, and our directors are accompanying them, and they are going and they are trying to do deregulation not only in center but in states also. Huge amount of reform proposals every day we are thinking, and we are pumping up to CAPSEC and PMO so that they may be taken up. Jan Biswas bill came. Trust, building trust among the people or the businesses, that also is part of the reform. But still I feel that lot more is required to be done in this area. Reform is something not which can be laid out through acts or rules or regulation only. It's a change of mindset. We as a nation need to have more trust on each other and more kind of harmony and camaraderie. That is required. And that will be the real reform. We need to change. I hope the audience sitting here, we all together can contribute towards reform at our. And finally, I will say that we are very lucky that the logistic fraternity, because in last 1 year I have met so many entrepreneurs and the industries, they are doing tremendous job. They are not dependent on government. This is one sector in which there is almost no subsidy. We are not giving any subsidy for setting up any kind of warehouse or cold chain is, of course, MOFPI is giving, but for multimodal logistic park or any kind of, we are not giving any subsidy. But despite that, this lot of investment is coming from all the industry people and investors, private and state government and all, and they are doing a tremendous job. Only at the cost of repeating, I will say that please see that your investment is truly integrated and outcome is ensured, not only the output. How it matters to those who are actually using it, and particularly not only the well-off, but the true people of India who are dispersed, living in villages, marginalized. If we strengthen them through our logistics infrastructure, many things will change in India, and that is the true power. Lastly, one thing, that the current turmoil in the world order, particularly near to our borders in Middle East, has teaching us some cruel lesson of being really resilient, really sustainable, really self-reliant. One example is that we are burning so much gasoline in moving our trucks and running our logistic infrastructure. We really need to shift to electricity for that, because we have got coal. We can produce electricity at will. Suppose we are not installing any solar power, for which technology we are dependent on China and many other countries. But suppose we are shut down like North Korea also, then also we can produce sufficient amount of coal-fired electricity. Nobody can stop us. No help is required. Technology is there, people are there, coal are there. And through that, if we do electric vehicle, battery manufacturing, we have now learned. If we develop the chip manufacturing, which is very, very important, rare earth corridor we are opening, very important. If those things are taken care of, we will be 100% reliance in electricity. Now there is a technology in which we don't need so much of gas and oil to run our transport or logistic infrastructure. This is one option for becoming reliant. There are many, but I'm not going to discuss. And we also need to use technology now in logistics. Technology for the benefit of a common good. Now there's wonderful technologies have come up, which unfortunately I'm seeing logistics sector still is to adopt. One technology is digital twin. That I don't know how many of you have heard, but a whole session can be taken. You should learn and use that. Gen AI we all know, but Gen AI has become more as a fad. Just we use it as a word, but actually I have not seen logistics is using AI in true sense. That also need to be done. We have got wonderful data set in terms of GST and e-way bill. We are trying to make use of that data to understand how in India commodity moves from one place to other. That can give us a tremendous amount of insight that what kind of logistic is required from place A to place B. We have got a tremendous gold mine of data in form of FASTag. We are sitting on gold mine, how the trucks move from where to where, what is the time they are taking, why from one Naka to other, there's so much gap, and all this data, and along with the GPS feed from so many of the APIs, Bing or Google or many of the transport operators. We are sitting on landmine of data. Mind it, no country in the world is having so much data in all fields, including logistic in India. And we need to use that data to make a very, very integrated, resilient, and sustainable, and effective and efficient logistics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pankaj, for emphasizing that PM Gati Shakti is not a porter, but definitely a principle, and only through policy framework, reforms, use of data and technology, we can foster industrial growth and streamline ease of doing business. Now we have arrived at the moment wherein we would invite Ms. Anita Praveenji for her keynote address. Her extensive contribution to India's food logistics during her tenure at the Food Ministry and her current leadership at WDRA continues to provide valuable insights that advance the vision of Gati Shakti. Ma'am, may we invite you for your address, please.
Thank you so much. Namaskar. Dignitaries on the dais and distinguished participants. One would like to start with the World Bank Logistics Performance Index, which actually is something that Mr. Seni also spoke about. The index which tests 139 countries on various parameters like the ease of trade on related infrastructure, customs and logistics services. It is a tool that helps the governments to create its policies. When we look at the number, the ranking, when we compare ourselves with other countries, we have a reason to work harder, to plan better, and to create policies that give us a much better lead for development. According to the 2023 report, India moved from 44th position to the 38th rank overall, improving 6 spots from previous ranking. The top positions invariably are held by countries which have obviously got very good logistics, and some countries find their place in the top 10 always. Singapore invariably is number 1, Finland, Denmark, Germany, and the Netherlands. These are the countries which are typically dominating the list. One would say why? Well, Singapore, which ranks number 1, as I said, due to its smart port initiative, AI-powered traffic management and automated customs, which significantly reduces the turnaround time. Finland, it leads with world-class infrastructure, high digital integration, ensuring fast customs clearance and efficient transport network. Germany, another one which is invariably found at the top listing, is renowned for engineering prowess, Their Autobahn, which is the road highway systems, is considered to be the top class, and one should aim to achieve that for our country. Germany's logistics sector thrives on AI-driven warehousing, real-time tracking, and high-end automation. Netherlands probably has one great port facility, which is the Rotterdam, and the advanced digitization to streamline logistics across the continent. So these are the distinctions that some of the countries are holding, and we know there are various others which fall in this category, which have worked towards improving logistics to a level where they are really at the top end of the list of developed countries. So what have we as a country done? I mean, at the cost of repeating what previous two speakers have already spoken, we have a long way to go, I agree with that, but we have taken various initiatives in the direction. India is transforming its logistics sector into a faster, smarter, and more competitive system by targeting reduction of costs to the global benchmark. Key initiatives include the National Logistics Policy for Comprehensive Data-Driven Reforms, the PM GatiShakti, that we plan to discuss during the day. Its National Master Plan for Integrated Multimodal Infrastructure and the Unified Logistics Interface Platform for digital streamlined cargo tracking. Large-scale projects like building 35 multimodal logistics parks, expanding the dedicated freight corridors, GST implementation for elimination, if not completely, but significantly having reduced interstate tax barriers, speeding up freight transport. At a regional level also, 19 states have granted industry status to logistics, enabling tax benefits. The LEAD study, which is the logistics ease across different states, helps identify and resolve regional inefficiencies. Sector-specific upgrades are being done through Sagarmala for ports and Bharatmala for roads projects, so as to connect major industrial corridors to enhance transport connectivity. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, and I can list out all the activities that the Government of India, the state governments have been working through to reach a place where we get a much better level, and the target as of now is to reach the top 25 in the LPI by 2030. I think the speed at which we are going, we'll achieve this much faster, is what I'm hoping and praying for. Talking of warehousing sector, which I represent, logistically, the value of warehousing is very high, not just for agricultural goods, but for non-agricultural goods as well. Agriculture is an area where time is the essence, and I hope everyone agrees on this, that time lost in this sector is loss of produce, loss of food sources, which is not good for a country, which is a developing country at this point of time. A good connectivity, a good quality of warehousing, and possibility of swift movement from one place to other is something that we look forward to, which can actually make a business rise or sink. In the landscape of Indian agriculture, the last mile of food security has often been the most difficult to bridge. Why I'm calling the last mile is that major cities, major ports, major areas, I think we have achieved quite a lot. The requirement is to go down to the tier 2, tier 3 cities, the villages, where we can really start building infrastructure which sets itself into a hub and spoke model of the requirement of the sector. While India is a global leader in food grain production, significant amount of produce is lost to inefficient storage and inadequate logistics. Traditionally, the government's response has been the capital-intensive strategy of constructing large silos and godowns. Though this strategy did serve the country well, it is no longer a sustainable approach because the spread required is much wider, much deeper. There has to be a way wherein the government can reduce its own capital expenditure, which in turn can be utilized for something else, more resource-requiring sectors, while still increasing the storage space that is so crucially required. The private sector has been steadily building a vast, albeit asymmetrically distributed network of warehouses. These may be smaller, these may be bigger, but there are multiple numbers coming, ranging from 100 metric tons to 5,000 metric tons. These facilities have increasingly come under the WDRA ambit, wherein eligible warehousemen register their warehouses with us. To be registered, these warehouses must undergo inspection, ensuring they meet scientific storage standards, proper roofing, flooring, fire safety, and the like. These registered warehouses are eligible to issue what we know as the electronic negotiable warehousing receipts. The non-negotiable warehousing receipts are the ones which people use only for the purpose of storage. The negotiable warehousing receipts is what the private sector is looking at very favorably, because this is something that helps them trade those receipts rather than just storing in the warehouses. Unlike paper receipts, an ENWR is the secure negotiable instrument held in an online repository system. WDRA has 2 repositories which function in this area, eliminating the risk of fraud, mutilation, or duplication. For the government, the ENWR is the ultimate low-hanging fruit. By simply storing stocks in these already verified private facilities, where private entities have already invested considerable financial resources, and obtaining an ENWR, the secure storage capacity can be expanded to a very great extent. It would be amiss to not mention the fact that the government already has taken a number of initiatives to encourage private participation in creation of viable storage space. Chief amongst them is the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, a central sector scheme providing a medium to long-term debt financing facility with some kind of incentives as far as the interest amount is concerned. This creates a self-sustaining cycle wherein through private investment, entrepreneurs build warehouses using AIF-backed loan. To qualify for higher fiduciary trust and ENWR issuance, they register with the WDRA, which brings them under the regulatory regime. The government is then in a position to utilize this space for its food distribution network, providing the warehousemen with steady rental income. This structure aptly fits the private entities as well, who are in a position to pledge their stocks with banks or trade the same in commodity exchanges. An added benefit would be to the farmers storing their produce in these warehouses, as they can use their ENWRs to access the pledge financing. Instead of a distressed sale as at harvest, a farmer can take a loan at a concessional interest rate against the ENWR, waiting for market prices to improve. Perhaps the most ambitious facet of this new warehousing paradigm is the Ministry of Cooperation's initiative to create the world's largest grain storage plan in the cooperative sector. As we all know, this scheme aims to empower primary agricultural credit societies, which is the PACs, to build decentralized storage units at the village levels. The scheme perfectly complements the ENWR PPP model by integrating PACs into the WDRA framework. These village-level godowns become hubs for the procurement agencies of the government. When the PACs run warehouse issues on ENWR, it provides the government with real-time digital visibility of stocks sitting at the very grassroots of the country. This reduces the need for double handling, which is moving grains from the farm to the large city silos and bringing it back to the villages for the public distribution system. The warehouses constructed under other government initiatives like the Agriculture Marketing Infrastructure Scheme, which provides capital subsidies for warehouse construction, would also be eligible to issue ENWRs and would be in a position to get the similar kind of benefits that are being made possible for the Warehousing Development Regulatory Authority's registered warehouses. The ground reality is clear. The infrastructure is ready, the digital tools are in place, and the policy framework is converging. By utilizing ENWRs as the primary vehicle for grain storage, the government proposes to unlock the latent potential of thousands of small-scale privately held warehouses. This is not just a logistical upgrade, it is a fundamental reimagination of the storage policy of the country. It supports the farmer, who is no longer a victim of the harvest, seasonal variations, or production levels, but a master of the market, supported by a state-of-the-art, digitalized and decentralized national granary. The warehousing network, clubbed with the seamless road network, port facilities, including reefer facilities, locations of the auction and processing, and finally, smooth port transit facilities is a dream bouquet for the sector, which we can offer to them on a logistics platform. It is also pertinent to mention here that now WDRA does not just look at the agricultural produce, but we have also introduced non-agricultural produce like metals and other commodities, which is already available on the website. When we look at the countries which are at the top of the logistics performance index, which I had narrated in the beginning, one can see their size and the population, and it may be perceived that to go to that level and to get India to that stature, it is going to be an uphill task given the sheer size of the country, its population, and multiplicity of issues that we face. However, the government is taking steps in the right direction, and we can look forward to us climbing to a much higher level. The initiatives which I tried to bring out in the warehousing sector is a story that is being replicated in almost all sectors, and they will ultimately blend to reveal a logistically strong India, which is already a favored nation as far as investment is concerned. And it is on a growth trajectory which can be unmatched by a lot of other countries. This is the vision of the PM Gati Shakti we all look up to for India's growth story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your insightful remarks and also highlighting the various schemes of WDRA, how you have showcased that standardized modern warehousing supports efficiency, transparency, and the seamless flow of goods across India's logistics network. I will now request Ms. Pali Tripathi, our co-chair of the Logistics Committee, to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the third edition of GatiShakti Summit. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished dignitaries, Ms. Anita Praveenji, Shri Pankaj Kumarji, Shri Rajat Kumarji, and my fellow office bearers, Anshumanji and Neerjaji, for their valuable insights and for setting the context for the evolving logistics landscape in India. I would also like to thank all the industry leaders, partners, and participants who contributed to today's discussions across infrastructure, warehousing, and supply chain resilience, right now or behind the scenes. If I were to summarize what is very clear across what we've spoken today, is that infrastructure investments are accelerating, policy frameworks are strengthening, and technology adoption is increasing. And yet, there's always a yet. Last mile execution continues to be the real bottleneck. We have more data and visibility than ever before, but converting that into timely decisions on the ground is still a gap. Coordination across stakeholders remains the key to unlocking true efficiency. Technology will play a central role in bridging this gap, but the shift now is not from no data to data, as Pankaj Kumarji was referring earlier in his talk. It is from data to data velocity, from data points to data integration. We have largely solved for visibility. The next phase is about enabling faster, coordinated action across the ecosystem, whether it is fleets, warehouses, or multi-modal networks. As we move forward, the opportunity is not just to build more infrastructure, but to make what we have work better together. This will require deeper collaboration between government, industry, technology stakeholders, something that forums like this GatiShakti Summit is enabling very effectively. So here's to shifting from inputs and outputs to meaningful outcomes. On that note, I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to our sponsors and partners for their continued support. I thank all of you once again for your participation and contributions. We look forward to continued collaboration as we build a more efficient, resilient, and future-ready logistics ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pali. With this, we come to a formal end of our inaugural session. May we request all our dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no break. We will immediately start with the business session 1. We will request all of you to kindly give us a couple of minutes for the housekeeping arrangements so that we can start with our business session 1 for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now begin our first session for the day, Accelerating India's Logistics Transformation, Infrastructure, Investment and Innovation. May I please invite on stage Mr. Anshuman Singh, Co-Chair, FICCI Committee on Logistics and Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Indo-Space, Ms. Pali Tripathi, Co-Chair, FICCI Committee on Logistics and CEO, Tabi Mobility RPG Group, Mr. Monish Nandi, Managing Director, Planning and Engineering, FedEx, Mr. Ravi Prakash Chaturvedi, Executive Director, Strategic Planning and Operations, Concor, Mr. Adhidru Jain, CEO, Rail and Inland Terminals, SCO, DP World. And may I please now invite Mr. Chirag Jain, who's partner from Grant Thornton, who will be leading and moderating the session for the day. Over to you, Mr. Jain. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the first session and the inaugural session which happened from the FICCI side. The insights which we have received in inaugural session, and obviously the kind of panel which we have today is distinguished one. We really need to see that we make best out of 1 hour which we have, and we probably have about 45 minutes to 50 minutes in terms of questions and 10 minutes in terms of the queries from the audiences. While I'll just take 2 minutes to set the context for the larger group. We have been fortunate to work and see the kind of distinguished ecosystem which Government of India is trying to establish. I'll give you an example. When government realizes the kind of crisis which we are into in the current terms of logistics challenges, I got a call from one of the key officers from the senior bureaucrat ecosystem. They said, Chirag, we have about 5,000 container ships which are being stuck in different parts of the Gulf. They have been facing challenges. There are about 2,500 container of rice which are being stuck, more than 1,000 container of challenges around banana. There are fresh fruits and vegetables. There are processed fruits and vegetables which are really being stuck, and some of the containers, they just lost. They're into high seas. No one is aware that what exactly is going to happen to the fruits and vegetables which are into those containers. Can we help them? So that's the mindset which government is trying to assist. And obviously, it was a quick ecosystem assessment. Can we do something? Can we draft something for them? Can we really address the bunker cost, which has significantly increased, the freight cost, virus cost, insurance cost, which has significantly been increased? So can we address some of those challenges? Port congestions, can we address those challenges? The whole freight has been almost doubled at different levels. And this really excites us that can we contribute to the national ecosystem. And we in 2 to 3 days, and we drafted something for them that, yes, we can assist the ecosystem players, the traders, the farmers, the players, logistics players. And can we draft a quick ecosystem schemes and all that? So that's a context, right, in terms of how fast the ecosystem are changing, and government and different stakeholders are ready to respond to that plan. And when I read something, government also realizes that insurance on these ships and the containers need reinsurances, and no one is tried and ready to do a reinsurance. Can we draft a new scheme on the reinsurance itself? On the logistics front, and my fellow colleague also said earlier, Bhavya was the program which was being launched. So government, in addition, while working with the private sector, they wanted to leverage, design new areas where this whole ecosystem can be strengthened, logistic ecosystem can be strengthened. And from that context point of view, I would thank all my Mr. Santosh Sinha, Mr. Rajkiran, sorry, this is the second thing. Mr. Anshuman Singh ji, Mr. Pali Tripathi, Mr. Monish Nandi ji, Mr. Ravi Prakash Chaturvedi ji, and Mr. Adendru Jain ji for joining in today. And one-on-one, we'll have our questions with them and take their feedback. So I would request with Mr. Anshuman Singh Saab, sir, you have been into the, you have been running such a large group and being a FICCI committee executive chairman as well. So, sir, with your experience across different segments of the world, and your work around national and international level, how you think these trade and geopolitics are really influencing Indian decision making? How, which probably the logistics player have to think, the manufacturer have to think, and in terms of your own investment, in terms of choices for locations, inventory models, key assessment on the different areas of intervention. So your views around this would be very helpful, sir.
Thanks, Chirag. You want me to? So the question that Chirag asked is actually relevant in terms of the time context that we look at. A lot has changed in the recent times. I mean, in the last 5 years, a lot has changed. Till 5 years ago, India was producing for India, and our play in the global world in terms of manufacturing was minimal. And till that time, all the locations for manufacturing and locations for storage were either near the production clusters or near the consumption clusters. In fact, when I founded my last company in 2016, and we did a whole supply chain network mapping for the country, we realized that 21 cities in the country, tier 1 and tier 2 put together, 21 cities would contribute to the entire production and consumption cluster in the country. And if you were present in 21 cities, you could actually cover the whole country. But that was 10 years ago. Once India got to manufacturing, it was very well realized that this balance of deficit, the deficit payments and the foreign currency appreciation, we will have to start manufacturing not only for India, but also manufacturing for the world. And the COVID brought an uncertainty that we can't depend on the world to produce for us. We'll also have to start producing for the world. The PLI incentive started and manufacturing started. So the last 5 years is a completely new paradigm. We would look at consumption clusters and production clusters only for the sake of domestic consumption and manufacturing. Today, we have all companies are looking at it from a manufacturing for the world kind of a scenario. Earlier, logistic parks for such purposes used to be only close to the ports. But today, there's not enough space available for manufacturing near the ports. So it's a very complex decision framework which companies now have to undertake. So over the last 25-30 years, ports, freight corridors, ICDs combination used to cater to export of commodities. But for manufacturing for products in the EMS sector, which is the new wave of manufacturing for the last 5 years, EMS, electronic, and so many other things, people now want more certainty. Earlier, the driving force used to be cost. Today, the driving force is stability and certainty of a manufacturing location. Certainty of a location with political certainty, labor certainty, production certainty, power certainty, water certainty. Now, all these are leading to identification of locations across the country where such infrastructure is available. And that is why the PM Gati Shakti, along with the National Logistics Policy, also helped. But as JS earlier said, there is no subsidy which has been coming from the government. It is all the private sector which has worked on it and created the infrastructure across the country. Now, our company and in my past work over the last 25 years, 8 cities still contribute to the major logistics and manufacturing infrastructure. But now we will see expansion into other cities based on the coordination between the states and the central government. And today's Bhavya Logistics program will further add, because today the announcement today said that the logistic parks will range from 100 to 1,000 acres. This is actually a leap forward. We have built parks extending up to 200 acres in the past. But government supporting parks of 1,000 acres and actually providing a subsidy of 1 crore an acre. That's the report that I read today. This is first of its kind. I mean, a 1,000-acre park, 1 crore an acre subsidy from the government or support from the government is a 1,000 crore subsidy for a park. That kind of fillip has not happened in the past. Now, the entire decision framework for selecting locations for logistics and multimodal parks for the sake of manufacturing and logistics in the future will get related to these initiatives by the government. In the past, they have been related to land availability, political stability, labor stability, and closer to production and consumption centers, largely consumption centers in the case of logistics and closer to production centers in the case of manufacturing. But today we make parks which are integrated, which are both for manufacturing and logistics, and going forward we are going to see parks which will be made for the purpose of both manufacturing and logistics, and will also in some way or the other align with the multimodal logistics policy. Now, all logistic parks are not connected to rail networks, they are not connected to ICDs, they are not connected to the freight corridors, but in future I think we'll see more. I think the PM Gati Shakti program came in a slightly bit too late for this country. It came in 2021. Countries like China have been doing it for the last 30-40 years. And I think that's a train which left long back. But de raha hai, durust hai, abhi se hi. And who knows, even if we had done it 20 years earlier, I mean, today's uncertainty might have made that redundant. So there's nothing lost. I think today we are in a good situation that we can build our systems and infrastructure and design it in a manner that we can align to today's uncertainty.
And Anshumanji, I'm not leaving you here. So this is my personal question, not in the list, to be frank. I've been, helping governments and different players that, where these large parks to be built up. Is it near to the cluster where production is happening, or is it near to consumption center? I've been getting multiple answers across the geographies, but happy to have your views as well.
Actually, very simple. Earlier, parks used to focus on logistics. That means storage of goods which will be used for consumption. So logistics parks always used to be closer to the consumption centers. But now, with manufacturing was not a very high priority area over the last 20-25 years. It's only in the last 5 years that manufacturing suddenly become very, very important. Earlier, manufacturing was sporadic. There were manufacturing clusters in parts of Tamil Nadu and parts of Chennai. And company like mine also came up with logistic parks for the first time, which had both manufacturing and logistics. So our manufacturing parks in Pune and Chennai, even today, are largely a combination of manufacturing and logistics. But otherwise, you'll distinctly find logistic parks, largely for warehousing, close to the consumption centers. Production center or manufacturing parks, there are not too many manufacturing parks in this country, unfortunately. So now going forward, most of the parks should be and would be a combination of manufacturing and logistics.
Thank you, sir, for this.
And coincidentally, the consumption centers like Pune, like Chennai, and NCR are also production centers. So it's not yet very complicated. The complications will happen when subsidies start happening for tier 3 cities.
Yeah.
For example, a Bhavya logistics program or a MMLP program by the government, of course, they have, for example, the MMLP program has started pushing for Indore, pushing for Nagpur. Now, these are large cities, but they're not very large consumption centers. So that's a shift towards the tier 2, tier 3 cities where manufacturing and logistics will get combined.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this. Now we'll move to Ms. Pali Tripathi, ma'am, and I think we heard you while you were giving vote of thanks, and very important piece of information which you talked about in terms of last mile delivery and really unlock the efficiency part of it. And being CEO to the mobility group, we would really like to see how you're bringing this change through technology. There are so many technology which I'm talking about. There are logistics tower. There are so many others, recent technology which have come up. So how you're bridging this gap of last mile connectivity and unlocking the efficiency part of the whole ecosystem.
Thanks.
Your speaker, please.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Often technology is a Hail Mary. It's thought that is going to solve all the things that we lack. It does to a great extent. It makes up for a lot of the stuff in the physical world that is lacking if we're able to use it well. So, and I'll give examples of what we do, but largely what technology does is it brings resilience. Right? And the way I define resilience is it makes us faster and it makes us flexible. Now, the way it does that is the first level is, do you know what is where, right? And you can look at in-plant logistics. You can look at on-the-road logistics. You can look at multimodal logistics. So it can be, let's say if it's a warehouse, is it intelligent enough to tell you what's on the shelf? Do you have, I think it's there somewhere in your report also, like, do you have shell warehouses that are ready to tell you that these need to be used under ABC conditions? And there is something sitting there in terms of a sensor or in terms of a data that is telling you this is the information that exists and it is all integrated in one place. So what it does is it makes your response times really fast. So let's say if you have to shift, just to give you an example, there's a FMCG company that had launched biscuits that were only available in the global market, but now they've been launched in India. And they had not really estimated that the demands would surge so much. And they had to prioritize where should the stock really move. Now, something like this would go through lots of hoops of management decisions in terms of, what's worked in the past, which dealer will take it, where will offtake happen, where will I actually be able to convert from a primary to a secondary to a tertiary, right? It's a lot of disintegrated data that would exist. Where were the CFAs that had space available, etc., etc. But something like this, let's say if you use technology, you build an algorithm on the top of this data that tells you that for decision making, for SKUs that are going to be near out of stock, this is the decision making framework that needs to be used. And it can be in simple operations, like logistics pervades a lot of sectors. Very surprisingly, the logistics of patients across hospitals, right, that have to be moved, right? One of the use cases we solve for is ambulances, right? There's a lot of data that sits in ambulances, where they are, when are they going to come, hence which wards need to be available in the hospitals. You look at steel pallets, cement being moved, any sector you look at, if you have intelligence on where is it, that transparency, it makes you faster and you're able to respond to that. The other bit is, of course, the flexibility bit that comes in when you're able to not only just look at data as something static, but something that you're able to make decisions on, right? Like the problem is that we are often immobilized by data, right? And I think there were references to this before. We've started hoarding data. That kabhi to data monetization hoga, kabhi to matlab, future is very bright, we'll make a difference, on this. But what really happens is, if you're not using this data in your day-to-day operations, even if you have just 20% data that is available, if you're using that data in your day-to-day operations, to drive visibility, to drive predictability. I mean, we have mining operators and infrastructure operators with crores worth of assets, right? You have cranes, you have earth movers, etc. And they operate at 30%, 40% efficiencies. And the problem is they don't know. They don't know that their assets are operating at that efficiency or their warehouses are operating at that efficiency. So I think that's where technology kind of helps, which is, going beyond visibility to actual operationalization, where even if it is limited, even if it is wo 20% ही available hai aapke paas, what is it that you're doing with it? I think that shift needs to be there and it needs to be integrated.
Absolutely, and I think I'm aligned to this fact. While we working with Ministry of Food Processing Industry, is they wanted to put up couple of entrepreneurs wanted to put up more pack houses. Seen a report that pack houses are lacking in the country. They wanted to put more, and when we did a quick assessment, we found out of 100 only 50 are working.
Wow. Yeah.
So yeah, and the usability is not because of the inefficiency, but the season is only 4 months. The point, I think they're more complex in nature, but yes, agreed to that point. We'll move to Mr. Ravi Prakash. Sir, if we can see, yeah. So Ravi Prakash ji, I think being Concor, and I think we used to work about 15 years back with Concor, and you were the guiding factor. At that point of time, hardly there were any organized logistic players at that point of time, and you drive some of the areas which required at that point for the country. And logistics, just to give a statement, logistics was considered to be a support function, not a strategic lever. But the things have changed now. The industry has really realized that it's a key important function in that ecosystem, not just a support function per se. So while you're into the ecosystem for so long and guiding factor, not only for the government, but also to a different stakeholders, be it Ministry of Shipping, railways, private sector, how do you think that, how we have been moved from last 12 to 15 years, and what would be the way forward? And what is the role of Concor in this journey in the next couple of years?
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, dignitaries on the dais. The question is really very important, that too from Concor's perspective. As you said, that logistics was considered to be a secondary kind of activity in the entire gamut of affairs. But what I have realized, that right since the days of barter trade system till today, logistics definitely occupies the primary or next to the primary position. That may not be termed as secondary, but it is purely integrated, and it occupies the place along with the primary sector of the today's industry, you can say, and the trade. Concor till 2006, before the policy was tweaked in favor of inviting multiple private container train operators and PFT operators, MMLPs operators, Concor was the leading company as far as EXIM and domestic trade in logistics was concerned. Concor being the arm of the Ministry of Railways, it was fully involved into entire EXIM trade of India as far as the containerized aspect of that trade was concerned. But later on, many other people, many other houses, they happened to join the league. And as of now, we have nearly 20 private container train operators and many MMLPs, ICDs. Concor definitely has its own strength of having the largest fleet of railway rakes, since we are basically railways oriented logistics provider. Our 95% trade is basically, it is through railways only in the hinterland. But we have complete integration with highways, road, rail, shipping, and of course with airways as well. So Concor definitely it has taken the lead, and it is the leader undoubtedly till date, having the largest market share of 56% in the entire train operators logistics scenario. So Concor has a responsibility to move ahead in this direction, and with the announcement of Prime Minister's GatiShakti National Master Plan in 21, and subsequently the Ministry of Railways GatiShakti policy, which came in December 2022, and the Master Circular, which followed that GatiShakti policy in 2022. So it has made the scenario very attractive by taking various kind of policy initiatives, and by bringing the GatiShakti policy on the ground, it has created a kind of environment which has integrated the entire fragmented logistics scenario into one. We are already operating 9 GatiShakti terminals across the country, from east, west, north, and south, everywhere. So what we are witnessing, that there has been a seamless kind of integration with the road, rail, shipping, and of course with airways in a very limited sense. But it has completely integrated all these 4 sectors of transportations, which truly makes it a multimodal kind of transportation model. So GatiShakti policy, in terms of inviting private sector into its fold and making the policy more attractive, making it almost well within the time frame after the application is forwarded, with a very basic charge of 20,000 rupees till the finalization of the GatiShakti terminal, things have become very smooth and transparent. So Concor has also taken the advantage of this initiative of our Ministry of Railways, and on the same pattern, other players have also joined the hands. So what I foresee, that Concor has played an important role in the past, it is still playing, and in the future, with the having seen the growth of economy in the last 10 years, to be very precise, and in the last 5 years, to be very specific, with the fillip to the programs like Atmanirbhar Bharat and Making India a manufacturing hub, more and more logistics requirement have been felt. And what I feel, that in future we will have to be more future ready by creating more infrastructures, which everyone is doing and we are also doing. We are also leading in this field. We have increased our terminals to 67 at the moment. We are continuously acquiring our containers. We have already breached the ceiling of 57,000 containers. We have already 413 railway rakes as of now, and we are venturing into other fields as well. So we are future ready, and definitely Concor will remain a reference point for that.
Thank you very, sir. I think, and you have been, I think I've seen when there were prices of onion were very high at one point of time, government launches NCCF. NCCF will provide onions, right? Providing the stability to the market. And I think Concor plays a very important role providing stability to the market. I think this is a very unique role being a government institution which you provide to the ecosystem and support that. I'll move to Mr. Arindaru ji, Mr. Jan, sir, over to you. And thank you for being sponsored to ICC tournaments and so many related initiatives in sports. I think very unique question, and DP World, being DP World, you have been talking about Hyperloop, you have been talking about technologies, best of the innovation across the world, not within that region. How you see this transition from port to shelf, is something, which I would like to talk about. The whole connectivity gaps vis-a-vis the global benchmark for India. How you see that, where India lies and what India has to really do to be a benchmark investment region and to really connect the port to shelf. So,
thank you, Chirag, and thanks to FICCI for this event and giving me an opportunity. So, let me, first take a reference from what JS Shri Pankaj Kumar ji mentioned, that one thing is about creating the infrastructure. The other and the most critical opportunity is how do we really strengthen the integrated flow and make sure that the solutions are available, and these are not point-to-point solution for a specific customer, but these are corridors, these are solutions which are available for industry and can be scaled to the next level. Now, taking an example, that today, for example, when you look at the whole connectivity from port to hinterlands or hinterlands to the to the shelf, I think the critical piece of the information is that how do you really integrate the flow, then the broken supply chain. Now today, while we have got best-in-class infrastructure coming with MMLPs, with ICDs, with the port infrastructure, the key is by giving a solution to the customer, which needs a lot more deeper evaluation of what is exactly the cargo need. It cannot be one standard solution to all. So for example, when we look in this space, we have launched certain products which are specific to the needs of the industry, and then they make sure that from a customer perspective, the user perspective, it is all about placing an order to ensure that the cargo is reached to their warehouse, the cargo is reached to the consumption point, and the whole connectivity is there. And we launched a solution, Saral, and this is a solution whereby it basically breaks the mindset that rail is a solution only available for large users, those who want to move a rake or a full train load, to something whereby a customer can book a single container using the middle mile as the rail, and we as DP World, in this case giving the logistic services, would make sure that complete end-to-end connectivity is there. A buyer sitting in NCR can place an order with factory in Gujarat, and we make sure that next morning the truck is there at the factory, ensuring the cargo has reached in the designated time to the warehouse. Similarly, we'll give you again different example. There is a lot of cargo which has been moving on road when it comes to a big pharma cluster like Hyderabad. And majority of this cargo has been moving on road because there have been specific needs of that cargo which was required to be resolved to ensure that in interim, what has also been happening is for a manufacturer, in this case pharmaceutical company, they had to deal with multiple stakeholders. It was port, it was a freight forwarder, it was a shipping line. So they had to deal with multiple stakeholders, and what it meant also was that the whole cold chain was completely dependent on road for a long distance as high as 750 kilometer. By working jointly with customers, with railways and the stakeholders, we had been able to come up with an assured transit service connecting the pharmaceutical hubs with the gateway ports at Nhava Sheva, and then also working with the shipping line to ensure that they get the global coverage to give customer a complete end-to-end solution. And this is where I would say that the transformation has to be made, that instead of point-to-point logistics, we should have solutions available specific to the clusters, specific to the commodities, and then that could develop as an integrated flow.
So just an add-on to this, in the whole journey of transformation, end-to-end last mile delivery, what is the key most important piece which other ecosystem player has to learn to reach to that stage? Because I'm sure DP World being DP World. So what is that transformation journey key input if you would like to give to the stakeholders?
I think the most key input is that all of this can be done with a very strong understanding which comes through the data and the technology, because this is where the real insight comes. And I will share a very different example from a completely different set of business we are involved with. We have got an inland container depot at Panipat, and here majority of the exports are in two big buckets. One is the basmati rice and other is the the retail and lifestyle goods. So in this case, it has been a big struggle, and one of the biggest struggle when we spoke with customers was that they were not able to clearly plan a forecast, that when do I need the container, when should it be arriving at my factory, and all of that. So the challenge was that a lot of time, a lot of capacity was getting unutilized. We were sending trucks to a customer, but for one reason or another, they were not able to stuff all the boxes, but at the same time, there was somebody else who wanted that container. So by putting all of that data together, we have been able to work with our customers to come to a point whereby we can actually bring that forecasting, which helps us to also optimally utilize the whole the capacity. And this is only possible when the one window solution end-to-end logistics is given by one party. And yeah.
Absolutely, and I think this is very, very useful to have an add-ons, because then you actually get certain insights which are more deeper. Thanks, and now to Munish ji, and he's been sitting with me and probably the last one to respond. So whenever probably I see FedEx logo, sir, I remember the movie called Castaway, and someone from Tom Hanks, ensuring that we deliver the products and something on time and ensure that we get the products over there. So FedEx, obviously with a large exposure globally and across the segments, sir, and how do you see these journeys, which are happening now? Almost I see that, you have everything of your own, right? You have planes, you have cargos, you have certain ICDs, you have ships, and almost, almost thing is all inside that, you own a lot of infrastructure across the world. The whole global logistics network, when we talk about, and the whole reliable ecosystem which we have really built, how you see that different governments, right? Government has really signed FTAs, government really signed, certain MOUs. How those functions really help being a real logistic player across the ecosystem to deliver efficiency, sir. So what is the role of government in what you have been doing global logistics ecosystem challenges and solutions?
Yeah, thanks, Chirag, for the question, and good afternoon to everybody. I think in FedEx, we work very closely with government, because policy integration is the starting point for any change or anything that you would need in terms of logistics. I think I'll give an example of at home, which is India, which is our PM GatiShakti initiative and the national logistic policy, which are bringing infrastructure planning and multimodal connectivity and digital system into a common platform, which is enabling a more coordinated logistic system. Also, all these initiatives and programs and policy changes from the government has to be translated by the industry into a framework with the operational capability. So those policies and changes that are coming has to be made useful by the industry and drive those changes on the ground. As far as FedEx is concerned, we are aligning our global network, keeping in mind the possibilities and the opportunities and the growth opportunities that we see for India. I think a lot of speakers have spoken about how the India is poised to grow in next few years, maybe in next 5 and 10 years, how we would grow. So that gives us a big opportunity. So we are aligning our global network in line with those opportunities as well as the government policies, strengthening our cargo capabilities across major corridors to support faster and more efficient trade flows. And if I can give some example, many of you must have seen that we are investing in building global hubs in India. I think we have already announced one in Navi Mumbai. It's a 300,000 square feet facility which is fully automated with the best of capabilities in terms of auto sorter, in terms of high-speed X-ray machines, and it would have a capability of handling at least 5 to 7,000 packages per hour. And the current capability, what we see in India, is only 400 to 500 packages per hour. So we are talking about a 10x, 15x improvement in the throughput and 10x, 15x improvement in the capability. This would obviously been done, these investments are being done keeping in mind the policies that the governments are implementing, and also keeping in mind the forecast that we see both on the growth side, on the economy side, and on the logistics side as well. So these facilities are being built keeping in mind the next 10, 15 years. So that's how we are integrating ourselves with the government policies and ensuring that we are future ready to support that growth. Also, we are partnering equally with the important initiatives of the government. So we work very closely with Invest India on the One District, One Product initiative, through which we are helping the local producers and SMEs connect with international buyers, connecting them with international buyers, providing the necessary knowledge and the technology and the support that they need in terms of understanding the regulation, understanding how to prepare shipments, the documents, and so on and so forth. So these are efforts which are critical, which is helping in supporting not only our growth but also helping in growing the SME sector and helping the growth of the country. So in a nutshell, when policy alignment, operational capability, and industry collaboration come together, I think the India's logistic ecosystem becomes more efficient, more competitive, and better integrated with the global supply chain. So that's what we are trying to do, and I'm sure all of us here are trying to achieve that same goal and take advantage of that.
Absolutely. I think alignment with certain policies and also contributing to these policies would not only have government but also other stakeholders to really move forward. Now I'll come back to Anshumanji, up to you, and you have seen the journey of that whole transformation, what we call it PPP, public private sector participation, and unfortunately most of the PPCs either could not start, or even if they start, they stuck. So that whole transformation of journey of multi-modal logistics ecosystem, I heard that there is a new model concessionaire agreement also being launched. So how you see all this journey, the efforts being made, and what were the key points which are still a struggling point, and what are the areas which are still being improved, so that we can improve that certain efficiency in the whole ecosystem of drawing PPP. Thank you.
This is a difficult one. If you look at traditional manufacturing clusters in this country, they have all been driven by the state industrial development corporations. Every state has a IDC, Industrial Development Corporation, and there have been parts which encourage manufacturing, but those are small scale manufacturing. They were given plots, they used to build factories. Large production clusters for manufacturing came up only in the private sector. There was no integrated policy to encourage public-private partnership to create such parks. On the logistics side, there was never any public partnership from the government side. It was always private. And for example, Indospace was the first company in the country to get foreign capital and build integrated logistics parks across the country way back in 2007. And we kept on building 100-acre parks, 200-acre parks. We have now 60 parks across the country, 60 million square feet built over the last 2 decades. But that's been completely as a private sector enterprise. And then in the last 6 years, seeing our success, now some more players have come in, and this is perhaps the first real estate sector where foreign capital came in large quantum, and that actually led to the growth of this sector. And our parks are now manufacturing and logistic parks, and all the people who are coming in this sector are also creating manufacturing and logistic parks, but largely driven by the private sector, foreign capital in a big way. The attempt to create a public park, the biggest challenge in creating these parks is the availability of land. Land procurement has become the biggest challenge. Large clusters of land, clean titles. A lot of states do not allow private sector purchase of such large tracts of land. They facilitate such process, and that is where the public-private partnership becomes critically important, where the state governments have to become stakeholders. And that is why the 2021 PM Gati Shakti program was actually a godsend. Only thing is, such large programs take years to get implemented, and we are right now in the process of implementation. And that is why government 2 years ago announced the multimodal logistics park, because it was realized that large tracts of land to create such large logistics and manufacturing parks would require integration between private enterprises, foreign capital, state governments, central governments, and a whole lot of government bodies and regulatory bodies. The number of regulations required to set up such parks are not easy. So private enterprise is doing a lot on its own, but the government now involving itself, for example, the Bhavya Logistic Park, that will provide a great impetus. In fact, believe me, the today morning news was
good morning news, huh?
Yeah, super morning news actually.
I'll just, because I
And the
got
government has clearly said that they will provide 1 crore an acre as a subsidy for the
yes,
development. I mean, this is the
definitely.
first open, transparent subsidy to this sector.
Easy
for
to
the
assess
first time.
also, I would
Yeah,
say.
easy to assess.
I got a chat that time is almost over, so I'll not have a certain specific questions to the rest of the panelists. But last quick views, starting from Ms. Pali, from you, how the whole technology, not specific, but something as a takeaway for the stakeholders. What would you like to say? Takeaways from the ecosystem perspective that which the country should drive to make that change. And this is probably a question to all the rest of the speakers who is going to speak further, that what are the 2 or 1 quick takeaway which you wanted to leave on the table for the stakeholders, please.
Thank you. So, I think if I was to just pick up one thing, I mean, a word that kind of summarizes everything, it would be integration. From a technology perspective, you look at any stakeholder, whether it is Concor, whether it is DHL or FedEx, often they're very disintegrated data points. You will have, separate data. There is transport management solution, there's yard management solution, there's vehicle maintenance solution. You will have your pallet tracking, your goods tracking, and then you will have RFID tags in other places. So somewhere that network effect will happen when somebody takes a call to bring it all together. And I think it would be needed on the government side also. If I look at ULIP, and we've been using quite a bit of it, we've been using Gati Shakti as well. It gets broken after a point of time. So very intentionally, we have to build integration, whether it is in the private sector or it is in the public sector, with the participation of government where possible. I think that is what will drive adoption. And when there is adoption, of course, the benefits come in and things get improved.
So, Ravi sir.
What I think that for the sake of our nation, to be the partner of our growth and to contribute in the growth story of our nation. As a stakeholder of the logistics sector, we have to complement each other. Customer centricity is the most important thing, what I believe. Definitely, as my Pali mentioned, that integration of technology and leverage of technology, data sharing, these things are very important. Despite having some kind of limited competition in this sector, we have to ensure that the competition remains healthy and we could complement each other whenever there is some kind of need to be together. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Jain.
Thanks, and I think Pali has set the momentum on that. But definitely integration is the key. And individually, each of these solutions would be suboptimal. But when we really integrate them, then the outcome is going to be extrapolated and a big multiplier. What I will also like to add is that it is not just about integrating the physical flow or the hard goods or commodity, but it is about three key integrations: integration of physical movement, information, and documentation. And as an outcome, I'm sure we will be able to strengthen our logistics a lot more effectively and make it a lot more efficient. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting question. We are in the network business. Okay, we connect 220 countries and territories or geographies globally. Without technology, I think it's not possible. I think we just don't move packages from point A to point B. I think data behind that is equally important. We handle about 17 million packages every day, sitting with tons and tons of data. And FedEx is very well aware that what important role technology can play in terms of predictive analysis, in terms of taking proactive actions for any recovery, as well as for your future planning in terms of building your network, building your capabilities, and so on and so forth. So technology is definitely a very, very critical part. And as more and more we are hearing about AI and machine learning and all of that, so it's becoming very important that we use all those technology, integrate with our process, integrate with our system, and take the best advantage of it so that we can make it more efficient, more predictive, and recovery becomes more proactive rather than reactive. So that's what my thought process about the integration of technology with the network and the process.
This is absolutely wonderful that, almost have, we have all the panelists, they have really spoken from the ground and, some of the examples. I think we would like to take a couple of questions also, as I said in the last, that, yes, sir. Maybe just raise a couple of hands that, those who wanted to have questions. Right, sir. Over to you, sir, please.
Now, today's session is on accelerating India's logistic transformation. I will ask questions straightway on the topic of the session. My question is to Madam Pali Tripathi. If desired so, Mr. Anshuman Singh can also give a reply. Madam Tripathi, you are from RPG Group, which focuses on innovation, sustainability, and building resilient businesses to support India's economic growth. My question is, in light of disruptions in critical trade routes like Strait of Hormuz, how can India accelerate logistics transformation to ensure resilience and trade continuity? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try and give a short answer. That requires actually a very detailed answer. But one of the things that I always say in a lot of talks is, because you brought up sustainability that RPG Group, focuses on, and all of us need to focus on, not only because it's sustainable, but because self-sufficiency will come from saving. So one of the things that I always say is that the best form of energy is the energy that is not used. in logistics also there is lot of that frugality that needs to come in. The transformation needs to be around, can we do more with less? We have gotten used to asking for build more infrastructure, get more data, put more manpower. Whereas the question needs to be inverted on the head, and we've always been amazing at doing more with less. But now we need to use technology to do that in a structured manner as opposed to a jugaad manner. So, for example, where we need, we would not have been able to put up something because it would require. That's my cue for the answer being very long. But if let's say if it was 200 people that were required, there are examples from China that if you go, you'd be amazed to see that you can run complex warehouse operations across, with multimodality built in with like 1 or 2 people. So I think fundamentally we need to think of that, how do I not solve the problems by doing more of the same thing, but by looking at technology, looking at AI, looking at more ways of solving for that problem, more sustainability, as opposed to a band-aid kind of a thing that fix it today and then we will see tomorrow.
We still have time for 1 or 2 more. If anyone would like to ask. Yeah, over there.
Hi, I'm Digvijay. I'm from AECOM. So we are design consultant, and we also draft the concession agreement for a lot of MMLP projects going on for government and private sectors. My question is, like, despite being launch of so many MMLPs across the Indian subcontinent, why there are not no private takers or concessionaires coming up for these projects? Anyone can answer.
Sir, co-chairs.
Politically heavy question है. Actually, इन भाई साहब ने और उन भाई साहब ने जो सवाल पूछे, इन सवालों के जवाब ढूंढने के लिए बहुत सारे बुद्धिजीवी लोग लगे हुए हैं देश में. I mean, these are questions which are not easy to answer, which will not be answered in a short period of time. India is a country where everything happens, but everything happens over a long period of time. जैसा आज के स्टॉक मार्केट में आपको सारे इन्वेस्टमेंट मैनेजर, वेल्थ मैनेजर बोल रहे हैं ना, वो स्टे फॉर द लॉन्ग रन तो आपको ठीक होगा. India is a country where I also believe that this is a country for the long run. I'm a born optimist for India. I'm a born optimist on the India story and in the Indian logistics story. Short term, there will be uncertainties, and like the uncertainty currently happening, and the state of Hormuz was mentioned. Now, forget India. I think the most developed nation on earth had not planned for this, and they are struggling more than us on what is to be done. In fact, they have a bigger problem than us. People who have developed economies, who have planned for ages, are struggling more than us. We are still in a far more acceptable situation because we have been a domestically consuming economy. In terms of MMLPs acceptance, I think a lot needs to be done. A lot needs to be specifically with as I said, every private enterprise is in this for a certain profit, and the private sector and the government are actually still working together to make the models profitable. It's a new concept. It will take some more time, a few months, maybe a couple of years, to figure out the exact dynamics, because the land prices, India is a country short of land. Land prices have gone through the roof. The economics have become very, very difficult to make the whole piece meet. And we are still a developing economy, so we can't afford costs beyond a certain point. So putting all these factors together between the private enterprise and the government is taking time, will take time, but answers are being found, and we are seeing successes in parts. And I think those successes have actually led to the announcement today of 100 more parks. I mean, if that was not successful, 100 more parks could not have been announced. The announcement of 100 more parks, now with subsidy from the government, only shows that the intent of the private sector as well as the government is extremely serious and will take it forward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, audiences. Thank you, my fellow panelists, for making time. A big round of applause for all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. May I request all the panelists here for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We will be starting the next session immediately after this. Thank you, Chirag. Thank you, speakers. Moving on to our next session, which is on strengthening warehousing and cold chain infrastructure. The discussion will explore how PM GatiShakti and the National Logistics Policy are addressing structural bottlenecks while focusing on scaling multimodal facilities, improving land access, and enhancing skills. It will also highlight the role of technologies such as automation, IoT, AI, along with priorities like cold chain integrity, safety standards, last mile connectivity, and retrofitting legacy assets. For this session, may I request the speakers, Mr. Raj Kiran Kanagla, President and Chief Business Officer, TCI Group, Mr. Karan Chuk, Director, India Fulfillment Center, Amazon India, Mr. Manish Parmar, Vice President, Supply Chain, Process Excellence and Sustainability, Country Delight, Mr. Alok Bansal, Chief Executive Officer, 13 Square Feet, Mr. Swaroop Bose, Founder and CEO, Celsius Logistics Solution Private Limited, and Mr. Anirudh Nigam, Lead Legal Design and Regulation with the Center for Legal Policy as the moderator. May I request all the speakers and moderator please come on the stage. Dear delegates, please be seated. We will be starting with the next session in a moment. Mr. Manish Parmar will be joining in next 5 minutes. In the meantime, we will be starting with the session. Requesting everyone to please be in the hall and seated. Over to you, Anirudh.
Right. Good afternoon, and thank you everyone, and thank you to FICCI for organizing this panel. We are moving into the second session of today's program. The theme of the session is warehousing and cold chain as national infrastructure reforms, standards and scale. I am Anirudh Nigam. I work at the Vithi Center for Legal Policy and I'll be moderating the session. We have just come off 2 excellent sessions, an excellent inaugural session and then the first panel on infrastructure more broadly. What we want to do in this session is talk a little more specifically about one part of the logistics ecosystem, which is warehousing and cold chain infrastructure, the physical and policy architecture of this space, and take sort of a deep dive into the constraints and bottlenecks that are active in this space and some of the innovations that exist in our own sort of ecosystem, which might provide us a way out of those constraints and bottlenecks. Warehousing and cold chain, given its key role as an enabler of both production and consumption, and more generally as an enabler of scale and integration, is arguably where the rubber meets the road for India's logistics ambitions. And in that context, the framing question I would like us to have in the back of our minds is, what do we mean when we say warehousing and cold chain should be thought of as national infrastructure. What we have seen over the last few years is private capex respond to demand, and we've seen a healthy investment landscape in the warehousing space. But when we try to think of them as national infrastructure, I think we also imply a sense of policy emphasis, a sense of quality standards, planned investments, and regulatory certainty. And these are all aspects that I would love to hear from our very distinguished panel on. So I would like to thank all of the panelists for taking the time out to participate in our session today. And I hope from this session we can extract some insights that help us get from where we are today to where we need to be in terms of thinking of warehousing and cold chain as national infrastructure. Varun has already introduced our panelists, so let me jump into the question. Also very aware of the fact that we are the panel that stands between us and lunch. We'll try to keep this brief and efficient, as all logistics should aim to do. Mr. Kanagla, so if I may start with you. TCI operates across road, rail, and multimodal logistics at scale, and I get from that you would have a very strong sense of where our physical infrastructure meets or falls short of our policy ambitions. So let my first question to you, sir, be that despite our emphasis on multimodal logistics, a bulk of freight movement, I think estimated at around 60 to 80%, and warehousing networks remain road-centric. In your assessment, sir, what needs to change in policy, in infrastructure, or in incentives for warehousing to become genuinely multimodal in practice?
Thanks, Anirudh, and I should share with the audience that this is the first time being a logistics or a warehousing service provider that I'm starting a panel. Normally we are always the last, and with august presence of somebody from Amazon, it's really that it seems that logistics is indeed a boardroom discussion, and I believe nobody knows better than Amazon because they say that as good as a supply chain company. So specific to the subject we are discussing is that how do you bring in warehousing as a piece of multimodal? I believe we are actually criticizing ourselves too much. The change is happening. So what we call as a rail side warehousing as a subject, which is a step towards the final delivery. The final delivery at the last mile can be to a port, can be to a consumer, or can be to a B2B channel. That play is typically happening. So let me give you some use cases, and very important to know how the multimodal industry is transitioning. And when we are talking as a whole industry, as LSPs or any multimodal transport operator. Today, we as a company operate in two modes. We have a joint venture with Concor, which is TCI Concor. So somebody mentioned, do we have good PPPs? Here's one example. We're doing quite well with the likes of Concor's infrastructure to deliver end-to-end logistics for our customers on rail container multimodal. We also own trains. We own 3 trains under the automobile freight train operator scheme, and we do hub and spoke of mostly automobiles, earth moving equipment, 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers. So I'll give you an example. If you take something like copper sulfate gets exported out of India and also consumed in India. It comes from remote mines of typically interland, say some place like Khetri or Malachkand. That goes to Kandla or Mundra and then gets exported by the vessels, ships which are bulk vessels. And you're looking at a tonnage of approximately 25,000 tons maybe in 2 months or so. This entire movement is by a road which comes to a railhead. Then it goes in containers, not in railway wagons, but containers. Then it goes to the nearest port. Historically, you used to unload. No, you unload at the port side. You do stevedoring, you load the bulk vessel and goes out. Like this, today even rock phosphate comes as an import and the reverse cycle comes in. It goes by containers and you use a rail side warehousing very efficiently to do the movement and hold the cargo and do the loading or unloading, because one train typically has 80 to 90 containers. So the whole point is examples are there. How do we ensure that it is more? the whole aspect is road will keep on growing because the road network is one of the the fastest growing network in the country. The kind of kilometers being laid in India overall, we are among the top in the world. It is the ratio which we have to play. Currently the ratio is 65% road, 28-30% railway, 5% is coastal inland, and 1 or 2% is air, and there is pipeline and other modes. So the catch out is how do we ensure that the absolute spend increases, because rail is one of the most stable part. In terms of government, I think enough things are being done. It's like how do we get private capital into this play? How do we get private capital to build more terminals? I think a lot of multinational companies are coming and building that. So we are very optimistic that efficiencies will come through moment you go much closer to the consumption point and much closer to the ports. We spoke about Singapore. If you recollect, in the plenary session, there was a mention of Singapore as on the top of logistics India. One of the key differences is in Singapore, the port, the airport, the city, the containers all coexist, including manufacturing and warehousing. Now, if they coexist, it's a single network. So from point of origin to manufacturing, of course, it's a very small country, very small, they're able to afford. Today, India is looking at that with respect to Bharatmala and Sagarmala, where today Mundra is coming up as a manufacturing hub, Visakhapatnam is coming, Tuticorin is trying to develop themselves. If somebody goes to Tirunelveli, which is 70-80 kilometers off, you'll see massive plants coming up. So which is close to Tuticorin port, close to Vizhinjam, close to Cochin. Cochin is hardly a distance away. That's the kind of clusters we have to create, and government is doing that. So in terms of building efficiencies, I believe we are there. I don't think a lot of policy changes required. It's the adoption which is critical. So here I pause with a positive note that we are in the best part, that in the next 10 years we should be able to leverage this. Minor tweaking will happen, but investments as private capital has to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And from your remarks, I glean a sense of optimism that I think should be very positive for the room as well. Just following on from that, and let me take this to Mr. Bansal, sir. So your platform aggregates the entire warehousing supply chain across space, services, technology, and you've seen the sector from many vantage points, 3PL operations, large-scale e-commerce, and now this marketplace view. So my question to you, sir, on that, following on from that note of optimism, if I could ask you to complicate it a little, and if I could ask you what you think is the most underappreciated bottleneck for this space that does not seem to get enough attention in policy discourse. From your perspective, what might that be, sir?
Okay, thanks, Anirudh, for the opportunity. So I've been in this space from 3PL, building 3PL operations, building 3PL infra, then building e-commerce network, hubs and spokes. And then today we are building a platform where we are helping so many logistic parks developers and warehouse owners and e-commerce companies to set up their logistic parks, multimodal parks, e-commerce warehouses, dark stores, warehousing. And it's a beautiful learning from last 15 years that we are seeing so many changes and upgradings of these standards and more grades from Godam to now grade A. So many things are happening. Still we are very hopeful because I spent 2 years in Germany and I've seen European infrastructure very closely, and we are very, very far away from that infrastructure. And this gives me the feeling of tremendous opportunity and hopes that in India it's a beautiful opportunity for all logistics companies and warehousing companies. And today I'm feeling like I'm among the no's because Mr. Anshuman was there and Indospace is our client. We are helping them in setting of the warehouses. Amazon is sitting here. We are helping Amazon in setting of the dark stores. So with the experience, I would say if I talk about the bottlenecks in this industry, because we are the platform and we are doing procurement, setup of the warehouses, we are doing internal infra, external infra, and then we have made 2 digital layer also of the procurement to bring visibility and transparency, and to bring asset management system, which is very much needed by the industry to bring all assets together to know what is happening, because asset is the major consumer of the cost of the budget of the company. And why I'm making this statement? Because the following answer is very much relatable with this. So after working with so many companies, so many years, we got to know the major bottleneck still, I would say. four kind of bottlenecks we have seen through our platform. One is fragmented stakeholders. And before stakeholders I talk about, I would say bottleneck is not about the infrastructure and the demand. Good thing is the demand is increasing. It is still missing the digital backbone. And why I'm saying this? Because we have seen 3-4 bottlenecks. One is fragmented coordination among stakeholders. When we develop any warehouse, when we set up any park, so a lot of stakeholders are there. One is developer, then contractor, then vendors, then occupier, or the tenant. And the lack of communication among all, and it leads to project delays. It leads to lot of reworks, and this brings down the cost, or this brings up the cost by 15 to 20%. This is the major bottleneck. Still, we talk on so many forums about the transparency, visibility, scale, ecosystem, but communication is not happening. Still, we think vendors are vendors. Let's not talk more with the vendors, but we have to eradicate this barrier of communication. We have to take everybody onto the same table. We have to discuss about the project more than we discuss after implementing the execution. Before starting the execution, we have to talk. Second is procurement efficiencies. Still, most of the project cost goes into procurement. It holds up to 60 to 70% of the total cost. But I think you can fully relate with me that procurement is the least digitized, least structured component of the complete company or the organization. Third, I would say lack of standardization. When we talk about standardization and we compare with the countries like US and Europe, still they are having more modular, more similar kind of ecosystem and infrastructure, so that they build very quickly. In India, yes, now prefab is coming. So we have to take care in the planning about the how we can bring scalability by having the similar kind of structure. And government and warehouse owners, developers, they have to come put forward. They have to have certain implications that this has to be followed, not by choice but by compliances. And fourth is, as I said, digital ecosystem. When we do any project, three things forms major component of the cost. One is project tracking, second is procurement tracking, and third is asset lifecycle management. Because when you invest in grade A warehousing, everybody expects ROI should come in 5 years or 6 years, and it should be there for 30-35 years long structure. So that digital measurement is very important. So these 3-4 things are there, which I think we have seen and we are working upon.
Thank you, sir. That is a very, very comprehensive overview of some of the challenges in that space. And just picking up on that point about having a digital backbone, if I could turn to Karan. Sir, Amazon has built one of the most technology intensive fulfillment networks in India, and that would give you a unique vantage point, sort of not just on your own operations but also on what the sector looks like relative to global benchmarks. So the question I want to put to you is, when you look at your own tech intensive network and the broader ecosystem beyond your operations, where do you see the widest opportunities for strengthening operational standards? In particular, where do you see, how do you, and not to extract any trade secrets, but how do you ensure consistency and reliability at the scale at which you operate on?
Thank you for that question. I think first of all, we're extremely proud of what we've been able to build in India over the last decade or so, since 2013 when we started as Amazon, and to be able to grow the fulfillment network to over 43 million cubic feet of storage and fulfillment, our sortation network to over 3 million square feet with 2,000 or more delivery stations across the country, and 28,000 Kirana stores. So, every different layer of the supply chain from end to end has been something that we've been able to develop here in India pretty much from scratch. And it comes on the backbone of obviously a lot of technology and automation as well. The last decade or so may have been a lot about building capacity, and which is why I shared some of those numbers with all of you. But as we look at this ecosystem going forward, I think the next layer that we'll have to start building together as a cohort is the capabilities on top of that capacity, not just capacity alone. So if that means that we need to move away from godowns like you were mentioning and more towards grade A buildings, that is going to be extremely important. For example, today we are trying to go deeper with our fulfillment centers in smaller towns like, say, a Hubli, etc. And what we find is it's hard to come across, infrastructure that one can quickly move into. We work with a lot of our partners to identify those locations, but oftentimes they have to be built to suit. So that delays some of the timelines as well, because end of the day, you want the capability over there. Second thing is going to have to also probably be how that capability as a logistics cohort within the country, we start to become more and more interoperable. So those standards are going to start to be important. We have trucks that move between buildings, but those two buildings are of different kinds. One has a dock, one doesn't have a dock. One has a dock at the correct height, one does not have a dock at the correct height. How you load that truck means a lot in that terms. Can you load it all the way to the top? Can you use a pallet in there? Can you use a forklift to unload it? These are things that come up as challenges constantly. So I think as an ecosystem, as logistics players, I think our next set is going to be to build that capability at a certain standard that is interoperable across the whole ecosystem. And that's going to really, unlock a lot of things such as safety, such as efficiency, and of course accuracy as well. Automation is something that we've used a lot across the board, and we intend to continue to do that, especially where it drives associate safety. It is unsafe to lift extremely heavy packages. It is unsafe to unload large items or heavy items from a height. Of course, we want to use automation over there. But when you're not able to do that because the interoperability does not exist between the two, warehouses that you may be moving the stuff, then you obviously are kind of hamstrung a little bit over there. So I think those are the capabilities, those standards, even some things as simple as the truck height being consistent, the bed of the truck being smooth enough that you can actually move a forklift into it, and you can unload on the other side. When we think about our warehouses and how they work, at least at Amazon, every single thing has a scan. Every single movement of an item from any place to any place has a scan at all times and has a digital footprint of where it exists inside the building, which is why we're able to manage millions of SKUs, always knowing where they are and knowing when we can give a customer promise very, very confidently. As you talked about reliability, I think the key to reliability actually is visibility. And that visibility comes through accuracy, and that accuracy comes through always knowing what is where. So you and your systems can learn over a period of time to know how fast you can get something from point A to point B, what are the various connections, and for that we've used a lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning over a period of time. Our systems are constantly learning, so even the simplest things like what is the time taken for a truck between, say, a Delhi and a Bangalore, based on the day of the week, the month of the year, etc., based on the most recent traffic conditions and how the most recent one is constantly being learned by the system, and accordingly a promise given to a customer. So we're not making a false promise, we're making a promise we are highly confident of keeping up, because it's not B2B, it is B2C, and you have millions of customers that each one of them is relying on something they want. So I think it's this automation layer along with the physical capability that's constantly going to provide us visibility and is constantly learning to improve itself and its predictions is going to be the next layer. And I'll just add one more thing to it as well, is I think that the digital integration is another huge piece. Oftentimes we don't know what's in the truck inside, right? Because we're just not connected with each other that way. We have suppliers and vendors constantly telling us stuff, and you're hoping that it has what you thought it has. But how do we use the digital infrastructure that is being built in the country to let the person know, hey, I've sent you this, it's on your way, so you're prepared to receive it in the time and with the capability that is needed, so you can turn that truck around fast, and everything just works more efficiently. So I think these are the layers that the next wave looks like, and we're honestly very, very excited to be a part of this journey to start continue building here.
No, thank you. And I see some fascinating insight in there about visibility as an enabler of reliability, and that might be a great segue to bring Mr. Bose into the conversation. So Celsius has done something that many people thought was not possible, which was to build a cold chain network across 350 cities with an asset-light, platform-led model. Um, and in that context, the question I want to put to you is, what does the success of your model at this scale actually reveal about the true nature of our cold chain challenges? The problem one of physical capacity that we don't have enough cold storage, or is it fundamentally a problem of coordination and visibility across all of these fragmented assets? In which case, it'd be very interesting to hear how you have solved that visibility problem in your own operations and what that could mean for the sector more broadly.
Sure. Thank you, Nehru. So I'm probably the only one on this panel who does not deal in assets. I'm not building any, I'm not buying any. When we started Celsius, we had one very clear thought in our mind. We wanted to solve the fragmented nature of the entire cold chain ecosystem. I mean, we have got more than 7,200 cold storages across India, but the organized players today, I don't think own more than 200. The rest of it is highly fragmented individual owners creating cold storages, taking subsidy against it, but then they don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to fill it. They don't know how to connect with the clients. And the biggest problem is they don't have the right SOPs and the SLAs, the right tech to be able to work with a larger client. So what happens? Most of our concentration goes into the organized player who own a very small percentage of the entire capacity in India. That gets overflooded, and then we see the shortage in warehousing space. From day one, we have been working with individual transporters, individual warehouse owners, and we have been upgrading them. Celsius has always created the tech layer. Our product, the actual product that Celsius made, is the platform that we have with its own TMS, own WMS, own inventory management systems, own hyperlocal delivery systems. We created that from day one. And what we did is we enabled the individual players across India to get themselves upgraded to a level where they can play on a national scale. That is how we have spread across more than 600 cities today within the last 5 years, where we either have transportation, warehousing, or distribution. We are currently working end to end, right from, we are actually doing a farm to fork. For an example, like we work with Blinkit for their entire procurement of their fruits. Now, this procurement starts at the farm, where we have put up pack houses and collection centers, pre-cooling units. Then we have put up passive cooling units, which we then use for packaging. And then we send the fruits across the nation in more than 11 cities. And this happens on a daily basis for 365 days a year for some or the other fruit. Recently, we just finished the strawberry project where in the past 3 years, we were able to reduce wastage from about 27% to almost 8% now. We are looking forward to doing that up to about 4% wastage across India. Now, this was possible because we were able to plug in all the existing resources that are there, but then we managed the operations. We had the existing players upgrade themselves with the right tech, the right IoTs, the right processes. Most of my esteemed colleagues here spoke about transparency, visibility, digital integration. The whole point of starting Celsius was this. The entire network, right from your primary movement to your warehousing, secondary, last mile, hyperlocal delivery, today on Celsius is cloud connected. Even our riders are carrying battery operated cloud devices, which is monitoring temperature, their live location. All of this, even the handshake that is happening between transport and warehousing, the SLAs inside the warehousing, the time taken for a product to move from a truck to a pallet position, everything is monitored digitally. And that is exactly what we have been building to give transparency to the client, not just about their movement, even their dealers, wholesalers, their retailers. Now they have got transparency up to a retail level. This is what we have been building. That is the reason. What I would say is, yes, there is a shortage of space, there is a shortage of assets, there is shortage of trucks, but to solve something today, we still have a lot of resources that we can tap into. We need to build more. We need to build more technologically enabled new systems, ASRS, whether it be high density storage. We need to build all that. But we can make do with today if we have the right technology connecting the fragmented nature of the entire supply chain.
Right, sir. Thank you so much for that response. I think that really shines some light on some of these other challenges beyond capacity and how technology might provide us with a way out of those challenges. Just to follow up with you, sir, on that, because I also noticed sort of Celsius's expansion into the pharma cold chain recently. How differently do you see those two spaces when you're talking about a food cold chain versus a pharma cold chain? Do you see infrastructure and standards requirements being very different across those types of sectors? And is our current cold chain ecosystem or infrastructure equipped to serve both of these sectors at the scale at which India needs? So how would you, for example, compare the relative maturity of these two different types of sectors?
See, unfortunately in India, pharma and our food supply chain are two different entities, which is not necessarily true when you look at the rest of the world. The main difference in pharma being the compliances, whether it be the GDP compliances or getting your company certified, making sure the correct SLAs are there in place. Pharma inherently needed the tech to be more complex than what we offered in India today. So India being a massive hub for manufacturing and export, I think about 60-70% of the exports are going from the country. But we were not able to keep up with the requirement of pharma and food both. Unfortunately, the assets being used in food or any related category cannot be used in pharma because of compliance problems. We took a good 4 years before we launched our pharma division because we wanted to build the capability to understand and service pharma before we entered the category. Now, when we entered, we got our GDP compliance done within the first 3 months. We got our ISO certification done within the first 3 months because the systems were built keeping that in mind. We have brought some sophistication to the food segment because we built keeping pharma compliances in mind, which actually was a welcome change because it made our entire supply chain better. We are building certain capabilities to look towards blockchain because that is something again needed when you're handling high value goods like pharma, making sure the entire supply chain is then accountable. So that is something we will be building in the coming near future. Obviously working with AI and machine learning to make our own system smarter. This is something that is a welcome change that we brought into pharma. Our tech systems are also connected to live cameras, which is monitoring drivers, the ADAS features, everything has been built into the same platform. So today a pharma client logging into our platform not only sees basic data like temperature and monitoring the journey, they are also able to manage driver behavior. They're able to see whether their goods are opening on the way, somebody is breaking into it. The digital locks, the geofence locks are installed in the vehicles. These are things that we brought into the ecosystem, which didn't exist before. And due to that, we are seeing quite a bit of success there.
No, that is a very interesting journey to track and to think about how those synergies exist and how sort of preparing for that expansion into pharma also strengthens your cold chain and your systems when it comes to food. Kanagla sir, if I may bring you into that conversation, because diversification of the cold chain from food to pharma is happening, but also in many other directions. For example, quick commerce, D2C brands, chemicals. There's a demand for cold chain that spreads well beyond food now. Is the way that we are currently planning and investing in our cold chain infrastructure keeping pace with this type of diversification, or do you think there is a mismatch between where the demand is going and where the investment is flowing?
Sure, thanks. Just as a follow-up where Swaroop left, just to be more granular on the pharma piece. So there are, if you look at pharma, there are two aspects. This industry, by the way, sorry for this comment, but it's a bit behind all the other industries in terms of their entire logistics and supply chain because it has certain inherent constraints. There is a med devices piece, there is a pharma piece, there is a API, there is vaccines, and then there is of course formulations. So they go a little bit different. The point is they don't really put money on the table for the entire chain. That's the fact. So outside the factory, these companies don't really operate the way an auto or e-commerce or any other industry you take. Pharma is a bit behind. One of the key aspects is you want to run a med device warehouse, you have to have a standard where you need a MD42 license, you need a drug license, you need might be an electrostatic discharge floor. Now that is a huge capex, and if you get a 2 or 3 year contract, you just think how is the capex and opex going to work out. If you are going to put a ESD flooring, it is extremely expensive because you cannot have a static charge also on the floor, because you'll have robotic equipment which you are operating and you're repairing in that warehouse. They also do some amount of light assembly. So this entire real pharma piece is left to the manufacturing side, which is highly regulated and investment is there. But outside the plant, the investments are far and few, and the industry is also pretty sort of inward looking. This industry now we are seeing coming about, the investments can come up if the client cooperates or client partners. This is one thing which the pharma industry lacks, unlike other industries where the customer actually teaches you. Somebody like Amazon has really brought up the partners. They have a great partner program. Lot of companies like Samsung also do that. So that's what you look for in trying to build any infrastructure. And infrastructure is as good as the client needs. So we cannot build something and say, okay, I got a world-class infrastructure, but nobody is going to pay for it. So ये जो बात है कि जो हम बनाते हो बिकता है कि नहीं, and उसका पैसा मिलता है कि नहीं. This is a standard thing which we have to follow in business. This is basic business fundamental. To answer, as an industry, we are not able to catch up with e-commerce and quick commerce. They are going very fast. They're using absolutely technology to predict what's the future. Like I'm sure all these companies know what they're going to do in 2030. We as an industry are playing a catching up game, because just try to understand, when you're looking at these multinationals, also these quick commerce companies, you're looking at a national building code standard grade A with a 500 points in the checklist. You're looking at whether the exit door is a 10 feet exit door or a 12 feet exit door. You're looking at HVLS fans, is it really good, or is it throwing back hot air inside the warehouse? You're looking at flushing of fresh air 3 times 1 hour. Is it really happening? These are the standards which thankfully we're getting from multinationals into India, which will help the entire upliftment of the ecosystem. We've been using this word a lot. This is what is required, that the associate is really taken care of. And I believe this is what is coming up. Does the industry know about it? No. Can the industry invest? It needs to really pick up through private investments, which I touched upon earlier. A lot of funding is required. And most importantly, the customers have to give long-term contracts and invest with the service provider. That happens, the catch-up will minimize. Else, today, barring metros, mini metros, say 10, 12 cities, cold chain infrastructure, which is going to be of a world-class standard, is not there. People are trying to build, but I will always be in Bangalore and not in a Hubli or a Belgaum, because the return is much better in Bangalore. I'll have de-risk, more customers will come in. So it's a catch-up, but thanks to this e-com, quick commerce industry. You said which are the other industries using besides food and pharma? Chemicals. You will see that chemicals is really coming up, where you are putting chemicals, especially class 3, class 5.1, which is also a class which is oxidizing. We put in temperature control 18 to 25. That's coming up. You will be surprised. Parts from space and aero industry, they go in temperature control. So every space part which we manage is kept in very regulated temperature control, and you have something called as an AS standard in terms of temperature management. So now you're looking at all these things, very nascent, but again, there's a lot of optimism to build cold chain beyond food, which is primarily potatoes. I think India is moving, and we need our clients to support us. Thank you.
So it's a fascinating reference to what e-commerce and quick commerce are doing and the effect that they're having on the industry. And it's a great opportunity to be able to bring Mr. Chug in directly as a follow-up to that question. Within the e-commerce space as well, sir, there is now a movement towards quick commerce and micro fulfillment and shorter delivery times. And my question to you would be, how do supply chains that were perhaps designed for more traditional models of distribution, how do those have to be rethought when it comes to quick commerce and micro fulfillment centers? So how does network design in supply chains enable these newer models of distribution? And what insights could we get from Amazon's experience in charting those inbound and distribution strategies?
Sure. So first of all, I think not many people know, but Amazon now is Amazon's quick commerce capability that is available today in at least the major cities, Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, and growing rapidly with 350 micro FCs, and we're launching about a couple more per day right now. So we're quite excited about this expansion. But at the same time, we also realize that what we call as quick commerce and what we call micro FCs is where they get fulfilled from is not just about accelerating deliveries to the customer. The true magic is really about reimagining and redesigning the supply chains that support it from the back end. And I think the speakers have spoken very eloquently about some of the challenges with the cold chain right now, and that is where a lot of the products in quick commerce is what we procure in our homes as well. And so that is the space that a lot of reimagination is happening. For a company like Amazon, which has primarily been e-commerce and doing it from fulfillment centers, if you can imagine, most of our fulfillment centers are very large facilities, 4 or 5 lakh square feet, multi-million cube, and they're outside the cities. And then you have delivery stations that connect it to the customers. But obviously with quick commerce, these micro FCs, as we call them, are much closer to the customer. They are within a kilometer or two at most to the customer, and that's the only way they're able to get to you faster. Now, when you do that and when you fragment your delivery nodes to that level, you need to now reimagine how you're going to distribute to them. And invariably, it's a hub and spoke model is what it ends up being. And then these hubs are again mostly outside on the city peripheries. But there's multiple things that are coming in, right? You have produce, farm to fork, collection centers, all of that. You have perishables that are coming in like milk, eggs, etc. There are consumer items that you may need for the kitchen and stuff. And of course, there could be other electronics and so on. So it's a really wide gamut of things that is coming in. So there's multiple supply chains that are coming into a confluence to eventually get it to the dark store. Now, there's going to be so many challenges there where these micro FCs are, like I said, in our neighborhoods, 1 or 2 kilometers away. How big a truck can you get in there? How frequently can you get the trucks in there? Can you bring them in at night, during the day? Traffic situation, is there parking, is there loading, is there unloading, how large these facilities can be. So the whole thing really has to be reimagined end to end. And I just like to talk about how it becomes, again, technology becomes even more important to predict this right. You can't afford to send stuff into a small store that's going to sit there. So your predictability, your forecasting has to get really spot on. And what really comes into play is how these fragmented cold chain pieces can actually get unified together over a period of time. And that's one of the biggest challenges we are dealing with. You take the example, the metros have large assets, as you use them very well. Oftentimes, these are shared assets. These are not dedicated assets. These come in various sizes, various capabilities, and imagine any one of us working in a minus 18 degrees of temperature to operate out of there. So in this kind of a environment, you also want to start imagining how you could bring in some automation so that you can reduce the amount of human touch. You can reduce the amount of breakage. You always have to have visibility on the date plots of these items because you can have major obsolete problems of goods if you don't have that tracking. So all of that is being built. We're really happy to see companies like Celsius build that for the ecosystem, and we're just going to have to do a lot more of that so we can get this visibility across the entire value stream. We can take these assets that are right now in small fragments and start building them together. Today, going to small towns is really hard. You have to always go from a large town. And then you're again expending a lot of diesel and transportation to do that. You suffer stockouts when you do that because you're trying to optimize those deliveries, and that just makes it challenging. But I'm very optimistic about the direction as an industry we're all moving. And I'm sure that in the years to come, we will stitch this whole thing together nicely and with a really good digital frame. So that's where we are.
Right. Thank you so much, and thank you for the zoom out perspective on sort of what's happening to the broader supply chain. If I could just zoom back into the warehouses and pose this question to you, Mr. Bansal. Sir, there is this growing interest, and this has been a common theme even in the conversation in this panel about the need for sort of better standards of quality and in warehouses and more standardization, better quality of infrastructure. And there is now sort of a growing policy interest in developing some type of grading and quality benchmarks with, I think, the warehouse grading and rating system, the WGRS being perhaps a prominent example of that, but many other attempts also to articulate some type of benchmarks. From what you have observed across the ecosystem, do you think the industry is at a place where we are ready for that type of standardization or for those types of frameworks or benchmarks to be adopted? Or do you think there are more structural barriers like informality or fragmentation that make that adoption more difficult than we often acknowledge?
So, Anirudh, I would say on this that, the standards which are coming like WRDA and leads are coming, BREEAM is coming, WELL is coming. So many standards are coming into India, and these are very much needed for the country ecosystem, because if we have to build infra, we have to put money. So it should be as per the standards. Without standard, there cannot be compliances. And without compliances, there cannot be a human life, working well in the right environment, producing more results. Because after all, we need efficiency. And right infrastructure has to be in place. This is the responsibility for private players and public players. Now, having said this, I would say, we are on the verge of having standardization, but still we are very far, because India is, highly varied. We have different choices, different selective parameters across tier 1, tier 2 metro cities. So definitely, still unorganized players are more, unorganized landlords are more, small developers are more, and they cannot maintain standardization as per my personal point of view. And what is happening, if you see 3-4 parameters, assets are varying from tier 2 cities to metro cities, from typical unorganized godown status to grade A facilities. And then, so one framework cannot fit all. And there are so many customizations for different industries. FMCG needs something else, chemical needs something else, and pharma needs something else, e-commerce needs something else, hyper local needs something else. So there are so many different choices. So still, standardization is there for grade A warehousing. I have not seen standardization in other small formats of this, what Karan was also talking about. And I will also put some light onto it later. Second, I would say cost implication is one of the highest factor, because, when we thought about standardization, when we thought about standards, when we build facilities, it takes a lot of cost. So is tenant ready to pay us? Of course not. Tenant wants Taj Mahal at the price of Red Fort, maybe. They are okay to have grade A specification. If you ask, you have to pay 25 rupees per square feet, 27 per square feet. They say 25, oh my God, no, please bring down to 22 rupees, 23. Then give me 6 months period of gestation period as a gestation period. Such kind of demands are coming, which is putting a bigger question that as a developer, how can a developer put money? As a landlord, how can a landlord put so much money onto the table? Third is ROI. If I'm not the landlord, but if I'm a landlord, I have to build certain class, certain investment. I need to think about the ROI. Everybody has to. But I don't have a visibility how much rental premium I would get, how much valuation I will get, whether easy financing is available or not. Government is doing something extra. On one side, government is saying us to have more standards. while making the facilities, but are they giving easiness in getting the momentum of the financial assistance? No. So this is one of the bigger question again. And fourth, I would say expansion. We have seen so many facilities and so many players like Amazon, Flipkart, and FedEx and DHL, and on the other side, velocity part developers like Indospace and other players. When they are into metro cities, they are doing more or less fine job. But if they are trying to expand to tier 2 cities, tier 1 cities, then there are lack of professional contractors, the lack of professional people who can build infrastructure at that speed, which speed they want. So this is a complete misalignment of professionalism and professional skills across the ecosystem. So I would say these are some of the complications. In a practical manner, as a company 30 square feet, we do work with Flipkart, Amazon, Zepto, Zomato, Big Basket. We also work with NICDC, FedEx, DHL. We also work with Prologis, Indospace, ESR, Ascendas for space. All these formats are different. But I would say, and sometimes we also struggle that big companies, they are having big plans, big budget, but when they talk about operations, they have everything on table, everything's planned. But when they talk about backend infrastructure, still they have to work a lot. Still there's no standards behind making dark stores, behind making small micro fulfillment centers. That uniformity is not there. So we have to work towards it so that it can give ease to the people who are building it, to the people who are running it, and to the people who are owning it. So this is my point. Just to complete my point, that still I feel India is at the inflection point where a lot of focus, a lot of growth is coming, and a lot of focus has to be shifted from how many more warehouses we can make, rather than it should be on how many more warehouses we can make, which are more efficient, which are more compliance oriented, and which are on the digital footprint ecosystem, so that visibility is there in the market. Still, there's one problem. If I am searching for a right warehouse, right fulfillment center, I don't know where to go, who will build it, who has nice rating system, who has nice manpower, who has brilliant expertise, which are the technologies I should get into, which are the people I should get into. So such kind of knowledge is not there onto the uniform platform. So I think this has to become somewhere, so that ready-made things can be done in a lesser point of time, which better qualitative aspect. And this is what also we are trying to do. So 13 square feet today is having 15,000 vendors, 15,000 products, 6,000 vendors. We have 250 contractors grade A for grade A and development, grade B development across India. And we are helping companies in setting up from 500 square feet warehouses to 7 lakh square feet warehouses.
No, that is a very compelling point. So on the fact that we need standardization and benchmarking, but it cannot be one size fits all, given just how much variability there is across contexts and across sizes. We have covered a lot of ground on this panel, and before we bring this to a close, I want to open the floor briefly to any questions that we may have from the audience. For any of our panelists, please raise your hands and direct your questions to one of our panelists.
Very good afternoon. I am Professor Sanjay Gupta from School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. I am a professor of transport planning. I was just listening to comments by Mr. Chok as well as Mr. Bansal. The whole problem of quick commerce, which is now probably on upswing and resulting in location of these dark warehouses in areas which are probably urban villages. They're not in a normal planned facility. We've been doing a lot of research in our departments on impacts of such. Now the private player is looking from his own perspective in terms of trying to probably save the monetary land value, the rentals. But on the other side, there are a lot of negative externalities which happen on the crowded areas, not only for the efficiency of your operation, but also for the other users who are affected by it. I mean, the entire South Delhi we have mapped up, and so I'm just trying to put a question. Don't you think a time is now come where I should be able to do a prediction of the amount of requirement of such micro warehouses or dark stores, and probably talk to development authorities so that because the development authorities are not aware as to what is a land size requirement. And I personally feel things like local shopping centers, community centers in Delhi, I'm just giving an example. you can probably give your requirements so that when they prepare a master plan, there is enough space for efficient location of such facility. Any view on that? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think first of all, I'd like to mention as Amazon, we've only just recently entered this space sometime mid of last year. So we are ourselves learning on this journey, and some of the points you called out are definitely valid. Let me address some of them that I can share that we are already working with. First of all is compliance, right? So that is something that slows us down often because we want to be fully compliant. So that takes a little bit longer to find the right space where we can be that. So help on that front to have the right kind of infrastructure where you don't have to think so much about solving these problems would certainly be easier. I think second thing you addressed was talking about having a lot of delivery associates maybe crowding outside, I think is what you said. We try to be very responsible in that aspect, and I think it's important to be. So for that reason, you can just try to maximize the store for inventory and leave the drivers outside. But what we do is for all of our facilities, even if it comes at the cost of some space, we have a waiting area for them inside, air conditioned, with water, with charging facilities for their phones. In fact, by doing this for our micro fulfillment centers in dense urban areas, we were also inspired to do this at a larger scale, and we started a project called Ashray. And we have lakhs of delivery associates across all of our cities, and not just for Amazon. So we are partnering and building these small rest places for delivery associates of any company to come, sit down, have tea, coffee, water, charge their phone, get some rest, have their lunch, and get back on the road. So what we found as an opportunity within our own micro fulfillment centers, we said, how can we grow this? We are trying to tie up with petrol pumps to see if those are locations where we can line them up as well. I think your third point is you talked about how we get these more formalized. And I think what we're already starting to see is that the private sector sees these opportunities much like yourself, and they've already started to move. So at times through sheer serendipity, we run into locations that a landlord has decided to build as a place where multiple micro fulfillment centers can exist. There is enough parking and there isn't real other customer footfall. So it can be a little bit more from a commercial aspect setup. So I think we're already seeing some of the private players start to do that in locations. It's going to be extremely hard to do that across the entire country in segments of 1 and 2 kilometer radius. But we are happy to see that some of those facilities are already coming up. I think as we saw in the previous wave also with say food delivery, as we have seen a lot of the restaurants and mall owners, etc., have started to set up separate pickup facilities for them. I'm quite confident that over time, as this ecosystem matures, we're going to start creating that infrastructure.
So, in the interest of time, and given that we are running a little behind schedule, I think we will not be able to take any more questions today. But I think if you have questions, you're free to find the panelists or myself after and have those conversations. Let me just try to close this panel and just talk about how throughout this panel, the things that we heard, some of those are the challenges that we traditionally associate with the warehousing and cold chain infrastructure in terms of having fragmented assets or a fragmented stakeholder ecosystem, variable standards, trained infrastructure. But what I do take from this panel is that the solutions exist and that many of those solutions are being demonstrated by the companies that are represented here. I think the task for policy, consequently, is to create those conditions under which these types of solutions can scale and prosper and grow, and position sort of warehousing and cold chain infrastructure as a critical national asset and as a critical element of India's national infrastructure. So that's my takeaway from this panel. I would be very interested in hearing your takeaways over lunch. Thank you so much to all our panelists. This has been a very fruitful conversation, and I'm very grateful for the candor and the depth that you have brought to this table. I hope you join me in thanking our panelists, and please enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you, Anirudh. Can we request you for a group photograph before we formally close the session? Now, we will break for lunch and reconvene sharp at 2:45 p.m. For the last and most important business session of the day, Way Forward Strengthening Supply Chain Resilience for the Next Phase of Growth. Delegates who are fasting today, we have a special arrangement for you with the lunch in the council room. You can use that space. Thank you.
And responsible business practices to contribute positively to the local communities. We are proud to partner in India's economic growth and are committed to developing a world-class supply chain and logistics ecosystem in the country.
We are Indospace. We believe in linking the present to the limitless future, bridging the gap between what is and what can be. We believe in connecting vision to mission with a legacy of trust. And building a culture of quality tailored to provide the right acceleration for growth. We believe in embracing responsibilities with a future-ready plan for the planet. And empowering sustainability with innovation and transformation. We believe in inspiring excellence in our partners with a cutting-edge outlook. Value-added services, and engaging events. And drive efficiency with distinction that can lead the industry in all spheres. We believe in linking ability to aspirations. Because we believe in being limitless. We are Indospace. We are linking the limitless.
In industries from logistics and mining to construction and manufacturing, every litre wasted, minute lost, and unsafe mile erodes your profitability. Introducing Tabi, an IoT-enabled AI and machine learning-powered SaaS solution that delivers true autonomy in physical operations, optimizing fuel, uptime, safety, and transporter performance with measurable ROI. Tabi analyzes real-time telemetry to reveal hidden fuel drains, cutting spend by 12% through smarter routing, idle reduction, and consumption insights. Predictive maintenance flags issues before they happen, boosting fleet availability by 20%, protecting revenue, and maximizing asset utilization. Integrated video telematics and live coaching reduce safety concerns by 30%, slashing insurance and liability costs while building a culture of compliance. With our transporter management solution, score and select top partners, optimize allocations, and trim logistics overhead, improving on-time delivery by 35% and cutting supply chain costs. Backed by the $5 billion RPG Group, Tabi is live in India's largest fleets, delivering consistent ROI gains across infrastructure, mining, logistics, and beyond. Our cloud-native platform scales globally, connecting thousands of vehicles and sites under one pane of glass. We're building the operations layer for every fleet worldwide. With each deployment, Tabi compounds value for transporters and enterprises alike. Leap into the future with Tabi, where every operation delivers bottom-line impact.
Trade drives economies, and we drive trade by making it flow smoothly, seamlessly across domestic and international markets. We use cutting-edge technology to create supply chain solutions that connect the worlds of business, logistics, and people across India, around the world. We bring opportunities wherever we operate that help our customers grow. Our pan-India logistics network covers every link of the supply chain, offering seamless end-to-end solutions across all modes of transportation, all types of warehousing, and all types of cargo. A quarter of India's container movement is handled by our port terminals. Our integrated network enables businesses to discover new possibilities. From factory floor to customer door, connecting from first mile to last mile, we make it easy for you to scale, deliver, and succeed. You get an unmatched digital experience backed by our extensive network of integrated logistics assets and best-in-class service. Our award-winning innovative digital platform, Cargoes.com, helps boost reliability and offers predictability and business intelligence. It allows you to book cargo online, get instant quotes, and make secure and swift payments. Deep tracking along with real-time updates ensure our customers know where their cargo is at every minute of the journey. We take care of your valuable cargo so you can serve your customers better and focus on expanding your business across new markets. Our ecosystem integrates sustainability and responsible business practices to contribute positively to the local communities. We are proud to partner in India's economic growth and are committed to developing a world-class supply chain and logistics ecosystem in the country.
We are Indospace. We believe in linking the present to the limitless future, bridging the gap between what is and what can be. We believe in connecting vision to mission with a legacy of trust. And building a culture of quality tailored to provide the right acceleration for growth. We believe in embracing responsibilities with a future-ready plan for the planet. and empowering sustainability with innovation and transformation. We believe in inspiring excellence in our partners. With a cutting-edge outlook, value-added services, and engaging events. And drive efficiency with distinction that can lead the industry in all spheres. We believe in linking ability to aspirations. Because we believe in being limitless. We are Indospace. We are linking the limitless.
In industries from logistics and mining to construction and manufacturing, every litre wasted, minute lost, and unsafe mile erodes your profitability. Introducing Tabi, an IoT-enabled AI and machine learning-powered SaaS solution that delivers true autonomy in physical operations, optimizing fuel, uptime, safety, and transporter performance with measurable ROI. Tabi analyzes real-time telemetry to reveal hidden fuel drains, cutting spend by 12% through smarter routing, idle reduction, and consumption insights. Predictive maintenance flags issues before they happen, boosting fleet availability by 20%, protecting revenue, and maximizing asset utilization. Integrated video telematics and live coaching reduce safety concerns by 30%, slashing insurance and liability costs while building a culture of compliance. With our transporter management solution, score and select top partners, optimize allocations, and trim logistics overhead, improving on-time delivery by 35% and cutting supply chain costs. Backed by the $5 billion RPG Group, Tabi is live in India's largest fleets, delivering consistent ROI gains across infrastructure, mining, logistics, and beyond. Our cloud-native platform scales globally, connecting thousands of vehicles and sites under one pane of glass. We're building the operations layer for every fleet worldwide. With each deployment, Tabi compounds value for transporters and enterprises alike. Leap into the future with Tabi, where every operation delivers bottom-line impact.
Trade drives economies, and we drive trade by making it flow smoothly, seamlessly across domestic and international markets. We use cutting-edge technology to create supply chain solutions that connect the worlds of business, logistics, and people across India, around the world. We bring opportunities wherever we operate that help our customers grow. Our pan-India logistics network covers every link of the supply chain, offering seamless end-to-end solutions across all modes of transportation, all types of warehousing, and all types of cargo. A quarter of India's container movement is handled by our port terminals. Our integrated network enables businesses to discover new possibilities. From factory floor to customer door, connecting from first mile to last mile, we make it easy for you to scale, deliver, and succeed. you get an unmatched digital experience backed by our extensive network of integrated logistics assets and best-in-class service. Our award-winning innovative digital platform, Cargoes.com, helps boost reliability and offers predictability and business intelligence. It allows you to book cargo online, get instant quotes, and make secure and swift payments. Deep tracking along with real-time updates ensure our customers know where their cargo is at every minute of the journey. We take care of your valuable cargo so you can serve your customers better and focus on expanding your business across new markets. Our ecosystem integrates sustainability and responsible business practices to contribute positively to the local communities. We are proud to partner in India's economic growth and are committed to developing a world-class supply chain and logistics ecosystem in the country.
We are Indospace. We believe in linking the present to the limitless future, bridging the gap between what is and what can be. We believe in connecting vision to mission with a legacy of trust. And building a culture of quality tailored to provide the right acceleration for growth. We believe in embracing responsibilities with a future-ready plan for the planet. And empowering sustainability with innovation and transformation. We believe in inspiring excellence in our partners with a cutting-edge outlook. Value-added services, and engaging events. And drive efficiency with distinction. that can lead the industry in all spheres. We believe in linking ability to aspirations. Because we believe in being limitless. We are Indospace. We are linking the limitless.
In industries from logistics and mining to construction and manufacturing, every litre wasted, minute lost, and unsafe mile erodes your profitability. Introducing Tabi, an IoT-enabled AI and machine learning-powered SaaS solution that delivers true autonomy in physical operations, optimizing fuel, uptime, safety, and transporter performance with measurable ROI. Tabi analyzes real-time telemetry to reveal hidden fuel drains, cutting spend by 12% through smarter routing, idle reduction, and consumption insights. Predictive maintenance flags issues before they happen, boosting fleet availability by 20%, protecting revenue, and maximizing asset utilization. Integrated video telematics and live coaching reduce safety concerns by 30%, slashing insurance and liability costs while building a culture of compliance. With our transporter management solution, score and select top partners, optimize allocations, and trim logistics overhead, improving on-time delivery by 35% and cutting supply chain costs. Backed by the $5 billion RPG Group, Tabi is live in India's largest fleets, delivering consistent ROI gains across infrastructure, mining, logistics, and beyond. Our cloud-native platform scales globally, connecting thousands of vehicles and sites under one pane of glass. We're building the operations layer for every fleet worldwide. With each deployment, Tabi compounds value for transporters and enterprises alike. Leap into the future with Tabi, where every operation delivers bottom-line impact.
Trade drives economies, and we drive trade by making it flow smoothly, seamlessly across domestic and international markets. We use cutting-edge technology to create supply chain solutions that connect the worlds of business, logistics, and people across India, around the world. We bring opportunities wherever we operate that help our customers grow. Our pan-India logistics network covers every link of the supply chain, offering seamless end-to-end solutions across all modes of transportation, all types of warehousing, and all types of cargo. A quarter of India's container movement is handled by our port terminals. Our integrated network enables businesses to discover new possibilities. From factory floor to customer door, connecting from first mile to last mile, we make it easy for you to scale, deliver, and succeed. You get an unmatched digital experience backed by our extensive network of integrated logistics assets and best-in-class service. Our award-winning innovative digital platform, Cargoes.com, helps boost reliability and offers predictability and business intelligence. It allows you to book cargo online, get instant quotes, and make secure and swift payments. Deep tracking along with real-time updates ensure our customers know where their cargo is at every minute of the journey. We take care of your valuable cargo so you can serve your customers better and focus on expanding your business across new markets. Our ecosystem integrates sustainability and responsible business practices to contribute positively to the local communities. We are proud to partner in India's economic growth and are committed to developing a world-class supply chain and logistics ecosystem in the country.
We are Indospace. We believe in linking the present to the limitless future, bridging the gap between what is and what can be. We believe in connecting vision to mission with a legacy of trust. And building a culture of quality tailored to provide the right acceleration for growth. We believe in embracing responsibilities with a future-ready plan for the planet. And empowering sustainability with innovation and transformation. We believe in inspiring excellence in our partners with a cutting-edge outlook. Value-added services and engaging events. And drive efficiency with distinction that can lead the industry in all spheres. We believe in linking ability to aspirations. Because we believe in being limitless. We are Indospace. We are linking the limitless.
In industries from logistics and mining to construction and manufacturing, every litre wasted, minute lost, and unsafe mile erodes your profitability. Introducing Tabi, an IoT-enabled AI and machine learning-powered SaaS solution that delivers true autonomy in physical operations, optimizing fuel, uptime, safety, and transporter performance with measurable ROI. Tabi analyzes real-time telemetry to reveal hidden fuel drains, cutting spend by 12% through smarter routing, idle reduction, and consumption insights. Predictive maintenance flags issues before they happen, boosting fleet availability by 20%, protecting revenue, and maximizing asset utilization. Integrated video telematics and live coaching reduce safety concerns by 30%, slashing insurance and liability costs while building a culture of compliance. With our transporter management solution, score and select top partners, optimize allocations, and trim logistics overhead, improving on-time delivery by 35% and cutting supply chain costs. Backed by the $5 billion RPG Group, Tabi is live in India's largest fleets, delivering consistent ROI gains across infrastructure, mining, logistics, and beyond. Our cloud-native platform scales globally, connecting thousands of vehicles and sites under one pane of glass. We're building the operations layer for every fleet worldwide. With each deployment, Tabi compounds value for transporters and enterprises alike. Leap into the future with Tabi, where every operation delivers bottom-line impact.
Trade drives economies, and we drive trade by making it flow smoothly, seamlessly across domestic and international markets. We use cutting-edge technology to create supply chain solutions that connect the worlds of business, logistics, and people across India, around the world. We bring opportunities wherever we operate that help our customers grow. Our pan-India logistics network covers every link of the supply chain, offering seamless end-to-end solutions across all modes of transportation, all types of warehousing, and all types of cargo. A quarter of India's container movement is handled by our port terminals. Our integrated network enables businesses to discover new possibilities. From factory floor to customer door, connecting from first mile to last mile, we make it easy for you to scale, deliver, and succeed. You get an unmatched digital experience backed by our extensive network of integrated logistics assets and best-in-class service. Our award-winning innovative digital platform, Cargoes.com, helps boost reliability and offers predictability and business intelligence. It allows you to book cargo online, get instant quotes, and make secure and swift payments. Deep tracking, along with real-time updates, ensure our customers know where their cargo is at every minute of the journey. We take care of your valuable cargo, so you can serve your customers better and focus on expanding your business across new markets. Our ecosystem integrates sustainability and responsible business practices to contribute positively to the local communities. We are proud to partner in India's economic growth and are committed to developing a world-class supply chain and logistics ecosystem in the country.
We are Indospace. We believe in linking the present to the limitless future, bridging the gap between what is and what can be. We believe in connecting vision to mission with a legacy of trust. And building a culture of quality tailored to provide the right acceleration for growth. We believe in embracing responsibilities with a future-ready plan for the planet. And empowering sustainability with innovation and transformation. We believe in inspiring excellence in our partners with a cutting-edge outlook. Value-added services, and engaging events. And drive efficiency with distinction that can lead the industry in all spheres. We believe in linking ability to aspirations. Because we believe in being limitless. We are Indospace. We are linking the limitless.
In industries from logistics and mining to construction and manufacturing, every litre wasted, minute lost, and unsafe mile erodes your profitability. Introducing Tabi, an IoT-enabled AI and machine learning-powered SaaS solution that delivers true autonomy in physical operations, optimizing fuel, uptime, safety, and transporter performance with measurable ROI. Tabi analyzes real-time telemetry to reveal hidden fuel drains, cutting spend by 12% through smarter routing, idle reduction, and consumption insights. Predictive maintenance flags issues before they happen, boosting fleet availability by 20%, protecting revenue, and maximizing asset utilization. Integrated video telematics and live coaching reduce safety concerns by 30%, slashing insurance and liability costs while building a culture of compliance. With our transporter management solution, score and select top partners, optimize allocations, and trim logistics overhead, improving on-time delivery by 35% and cutting supply chain costs. Backed by the $5 billion RPG Group, Tabi is live in India's largest fleets, delivering consistent ROI gains across infrastructure, mining, logistics, and beyond. Our cloud-native platform scales globally, connecting thousands of vehicles and sites under one pane of glass. We're building the operations layer for every fleet worldwide. With each deployment, Tabi compounds value for transporters and enterprises alike. Leap into the future with Tabi, where every operation delivers bottom-line impact.
Trade drives economies, and we drive trade by making it flow smoothly, seamlessly across domestic and international markets. We use cutting-edge technology to create supply chain solutions that connect the worlds of business, logistics, and people across India, around the world. We bring opportunities wherever we operate that help our customers grow. Our pan-India logistics network covers every link of the supply chain, offering seamless end-to-end solutions across all modes of transportation, all types of warehousing, and all types of cargo. A quarter of India's container movement is handled by our port terminals. Our integrated network enables businesses to discover new possibilities. From factory floor to customer door, connecting from first mile to last mile, we make it easy for you to scale, deliver, and succeed. You get an unmatched digital experience backed by our extensive network of integrated logistics assets and best-in-class service. Our award-winning innovative digital platform, cargoes.com, helps boost reliability and offers predictability and business intelligence. It allows you to book cargo online, get instant quotes, and make secure and swift payments. Deep tracking along with real-time updates ensure our customers know where their cargo is at every minute of the journey. We take care of your valuable cargo so you can serve your customers better and focus on expanding your business across new markets. Our ecosystem integrates sustainability and responsible business practices to contribute positively to the local communities. We are proud to partner in India's economic growth and are committed to developing a world-class supply chain and logistics ecosystem in the country.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are commencing the last session and the most important session of the day. Welcome to Business Session 3 on strengthening supply chain resilience for the next phase of growth. This session will explore future reforms, resilient and flexible supply chains, sustainable logistics, investment-ready infrastructure, and the role of global partnership in enabling long-term growth. For this session, may I request all the speakers to please come on the stage. Mr. Sagar Karu, Director Logistics, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Mr. Girija Shankar, Chief Production Officer, Logistics and Services, Maersk. Ms. Zlata Antusheva, Lead of GR and Finance Sector, Trade Representation of Russia and India. Mr. Roshan Singh, General Manager, Operations and Business Development, DFCCIL. Ms. Devi James Melcher, Senior Vice President, Carry and Dev Logistics. Ms. Puroma Munshi Rebello, President, Business Development, Pristine Logistics and Intra Projects Limited. And of course, our session moderator, Mr. Priyank Partwaj, Partner, Grant Thornton. Requesting all the delegates to please be seated as we are beginning the next session in a moment. Poroma, if we can have you on the stage, Mr. Kadu, please. Over to you, Priyank.
Good afternoon, everyone. So distinguished panelists, delegates, and friends, welcome to the final and perhaps the most critical session for the FICCI GatiShakti Summit 2026, which is going to talk about the way forward while strengthening supply chain resilience for the next phase of growth. So by now, we all recognize that PM GatiShakti is no longer a plan. It's in fact the operational heartbeat of New India. In 2026, we are planning to move past the connectivity phase and into the optimization phase. However, the global trade remains volatile. Our central question today is, how can we transition from building infrastructure to building resilience that is both in sustainable and profitable as well? And to answer this, we have a powerhouse panel here representing the entire logistics ecosystem encompassing infrastructure backbone, or it could be like practitioners or the policy architects, as well as we have global perspective as well here. So in the next 60 minutes, we are going to kind of try to kind of build on that theme and come up with some actionables which can be taken forward from here as a learning. And in the process, I would like to kind of request all my fellow panelists to kind of introduce themselves one-on-one, one by one, and then we'll proceed with the discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here. My name is Poroma Munshirubello, and I am President Corporate Sales and Business Development with Pristine Logistics and Infra Projects Limited. And a very brief background about myself. I'm basically a shipping professional. I've been in the maritime sector with one of the largest shipping companies in the world for over 2 decades. And then I moved into the rail business, container train operator business, and the multimodal business a few years ago. And now you can say that I have a fair amount of experience in both the maritime and the land side, the intermodal, multimodal side of the business. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sagar Kadu. I'm Director Logistics in Ministry of Commerce and Industry. My basic portfolio is towards the National Logistics Policy and PM GatiShakti. I think we have heard in the morning the Joint Secretary Pankaj Kumarji. So we are working in the same team. That's it. Please.
Thank you, Sagar, and good afternoon, everyone. A pleasure to be here, and thank you for the opportunity. I work with AP Moller Maersk in the logistics side of our business, supporting the India South Asia market, and GatiShakti is super crucial, relevant to our business as we support the EXIM logistics for this country, and look forward to the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the esteemed panelists and to the August fraternity. I am Devi James Melkia. I hold the designation of Senior Vice President, K&Div Logistics. First and foremost, I thank the Lord Almighty for bringing all of us together on this lovely day in good health and harmony. And my very special thanks to my chairman, Dr. Xavier Brito, for always trusting that I will do well in the panel. And of course, thanks to the FICCI team for having me here. I very much look forward to the session. A very brief background about our company. We are a 40-year-old company, and we've been in the business since 1984. Our USP is to have end-to-end integrated logistics and distribution services all under one roof. So which means that all of our services are self-owned and self-operated. We do anything from international freight forwarding, custom brokerage, warehousing, free trade warehousing zone, CFS, ICDs, and of course we have India's first air freight station as well since 2009. And we're also into last mile delivery. This is a brief about our company as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Roshan Singh, General Manager, Operations and Business Development, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited. Currently, I'm dealing with the GatiShakti cargo terminals, trucks on train, high-speed cargo, and other related transportation services. So our objective is to enhance rail share of cargo. So our efforts are directed towards that. Thank you.
प्रिय दोस्तों नमस्ते, आपसे मिलकर मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई. मेरा नाम Zlata है. My name is Zlata Antosheva. I'm from the trade representation of Russia in India. I'm a leader of GR Finance and Logistics sector in the Trade Representation Office. Trade Representation Office is a part of the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation. So our main aim is to help to the Russian and Indian business to find each other, to find right partners, and of course logistics is one of the main parts that is very important for the business. So that's why our today event is not just a theoretical discussion, it's a practical discussion. And thank you so much to the esteemed team of FICCI to invite us and to be a part of this significant event. Thank you so much. Success to all the participants and all the best.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your kind introduction and all. To start with, as I said, that now it's time for India to move from connectivity to optimization and beyond looking beyond the infrastructure development. To start with, I would like to kind of request Mr. Roshan kind of share his views, like how, but that also means that we are not going to stop in building further infrastructure. It doesn't mean that. So yeah, so I just want to request Mr. Roshan to kind of share like how CCIL is looking into building further infrastructure, optimized one, which is like more resilient, and also maybe kind of you can throw some light on the challenges which they face while building such infrastructure in the form of approval delays and all, how they halt the development and how can we accelerate them, what kind of incentives can accelerate that development. Yeah, over to you, Mr. Roshan Singh.
Yeah, thank you. So dedicated freight corridors was basically envisaged to decongest busy networks of Indian railways, and as of now 2,800 km is ready and operational, and 100 km between Vetarna and JNPT is likely to be commissioned by the end of this month itself. Eastern corridor starts from Ludhiana in Punjab, goes through Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar up to Sonnagar. Its length is 1,300 km. And it's primarily meant for bulk traffic like cement and coal, and powerhouses on the northern part of India are getting extremely benefited in terms of faster supplies, faster as well as assured supplies, and they are now required to have lesser inventories, and they have guaranteed transit. So it is a big help in that way. Similarly, Western corridor starts from Dadri in Uttar Pradesh and goes through Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Maharashtra. Its length is 1,500 km, and after another last leg of 100 km gets commissioned, its total length would be around 1,600 km. It's primarily for EXIM traffic. There is a lot of scope for containerized traffic on WDFC. There are hubs like Dadri and in Mumbai, JNPT. It's connected with all major ports. It will be directly connected with JNPT once last leg gets commissioned by the end of this month. Currently, it's commissioned through feeder routes of Indian Railways network, and its commissioning, offers extreme benefits to our stakeholders and who use this corridor for transportation of containers. In terms of transit time, there is benefit of around 40 to 60%. So this ultimately results in lesser costs and enhances their competitiveness. Wagons get utilized more frequently. So ultimately, it is a big help in reducing the logistic costs overall. Likewise, in the recent budget, another corridor has been announced, which is basically East-West corridor. It starts from Dankuni in West Bengal and goes through Jharkhand, Odisha, Gujarat and also passes through Maharashtra. Its total length is going to be 2,150 kilometers. It will have 25 junction stations and 29 crossing stations, and it will be covered. It will be connected to ports and major business activities like minerals and iron ores. Apart from these corridors, we are also promoting GatiShakti cargo terminals. We are promoting development of terminals under Schedule 1, which primarily deals with the freight terminals entirely on private land. Under this policy, one terminal has already been got commissioned, and approvals for another 12 terminals has been granted. Similarly, for under Schedule 2, terminals are being developed on DFCCIL's land, wherein tenders are allotted based on open tender, and once tender is allotted, there is a streamlined process for approvals and sanctioning and commissioning. So far, we have been able to commission 6 such terminals, and approvals for another 10 terminals has been granted. So overall, these terminals can help in aggregation, distribution of freight traffic, and bringing the freight traffic to the railways fold. Apart from these terminals, we have also launched some innovative services like trucks on train. One service is currently operating between New Rewari and Palanpur, and it covers a distance of 630 kilometers in just 10 hours. Here what happens, trucks loaded with milk gets loaded onto flat wagons, and they get loaded at New Rewari stations, and then they further move to their destinations. Likewise, to promote smaller cargo, we have launched a special service of NMGHS wagons, wherein e-commerce business operators aggregate their cargo and they bring it to New Rewari, then afterward they move. So similar initiatives are being launched, and this is being done in a very eco-friendly manner, because as everyone is aware of, railways is 3 to 4 times more eco-friendly, and DFCCL is totally fully electrified, and energy efficiency is very much higher, so it can help reduce carbon footprints. So that way DFCC has a lot of potential to enhance real share of cargo and thereby contributing to national growth. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, as a practitioner, I would request Mr. Girija Shankar to maybe throw some light, like how these delays are causing challenges in case you are developing some projects, and how those can be what sort of incentives can make you move fast. And maybe Mr. Sagar can also put some light in terms of what regulatory policies can be take care of these things.
Sure. I think, and thank you so much for the initiative and the progress that has been. It's tremendous, and I think you take a step back, you realize so much has been achieved in last several years. But I think one could also argue that so much still needs to be done. If I take just a comparative, and comparatives sometimes help, the Shanghai port does more business than all of Indian ports combined. Right? So the progress is there. We still, if I take, for example, the transshipment, right? About 30 to 35% of every single box that goes out of our geography needs to be transshipped in Colombo or Singapore or somewhere, right? And that means that that's the added cost for that manufacturer that he or she has to compete vis-a-vis somebody else. So there is a lot of ground that has been covered. I think a lot of ground has to further come in, and I think I'll go back to the point you kind of alluded towards about optimization. That optimization also, I think, is a matter of how dense and well-built the network itself is, right? So, for example, the way DFC is today doesn't quite cover some of the northern geographies, right? And therefore, that lag has to come in on Indian Railways, right? And to that extent, that becomes a choke point. And that, like any other supply chain discussion, you solve one bottleneck, another one comes up. And therefore, you have to keep looking at finding ways to solve and de-bottleneck. I'll probably conclude by saying that to us, as operators in the market, this is extremely, extremely crucial, because our customers, which are some of you who run companies, who are looking to leverage the PLI scheme and create a manufacturing powerhouse in the country, the ability to move cargo in a cheap, fast, and a reliable manner
is the bedrock of any kind of promise that we make to our customers outside of India. And that's why it's super important. Thank you.
Should I add on the same thing? Yeah, in fact, Girish rightly spoke that we are solving one bottleneck and another bottleneck. I think that's the beauty of the logistics, and that's our job, how to facilitate the cargo movement. Giving some learnings from the, like we have been talking about the supply chain, bottlenecks and disruptions in the past and everything. That's how we are evolving, be it a COVID or Red Sea issues. So everything is connected. Like, we are learning, our system is getting resilience. Recently, again, the West Asia crisis, everybody is aware of, particularly. Other than the energy crisis and other issues, we'll speak to the logistics issues, how a government and the industry is talking together, working together. As we are aware, particularly our container cargo is getting stuck. There are a lot of issues with the back to town. But overall, with the industry support, we have activated the interministerial group in the industry, in the government, where all the related ministries have senior officers are there, and we are talking to the ports, how to facilitate the cargo movement, how to, make the arrangements for the alternate ports in the Kofakan or Soha for that matter, or the Jeddah. Even our counterparts are working, we are talking to our counterparts. So one job is to facilitate the cargo movement, because we know the cargo is perishable, they have their value, and it's been stuck, and all the supply chain is disrupted. So coming back to now, when we are talking about the resiliency, there are 2-3 important things. One is infrastructure definitely plays a role, as we heard in the morning, and other sessions might be definitely. So we have come across a lot on the infrastructure. Definitely, we're aware the Shanghai and other Chinese ports, but today our Indian ports are also coming, they are now last 2 days back, we have handled 24,000 TEU vessel. We used to talk about India is just a feeder port, ports like that, but we are having this is a different concept, mother vessel, feeder vessel, will not go into that, but we are handling that kind of vessel, which even the Shanghai port is handling today, 24,000. The same vessels Indian port has handled just 2 days back. So I think we are moving, we are progressing. The Vadhavan port, we are talking about the 20, that's again the future. But the Vinizam port, we are handling, more than 6 million TEUs we have handled in last 1 year. So we are growing, our cargo is growing. So first is infrastructure is very important. It's not only the port, it's the hinterland also. And my colleagues on the dais and all you are aware, the rail operator, we are having the robust network of the ICDs, CFS, even for that matter in the COVID, when the other world were struggling with the congestion, our network, particularly the CFS and ICDs, it was well integrated. And I think that helped that time for us to, avoid the lesser congestion compared to our peers. Again, the current matter, if we speak about in terms of resiliency, our ports are helping the other cargo vessels from Southeast Asia also, because they are in a distress, they need to discharge the cargo, and we are happy to say that we are helping, we are trying to help these vessels. They are discharging the cargo in JNP Mundra as a transshipment. The cargo which was originally supposed to go to the Gulf, these vessels could not go, so they have discharged. We are facilitating their cargo. So I mean to say that our infrastructure is also growing up. Every year we are adding 5 to 10 CFS in Mundra. We are adding, that's another subject again, infrastructure, CFS, DPD, DPE, but I think everything is required for us. And we are prepared, the regulatory process are getting improved. We are under the National Logistics Policy. We have a service improvement group where everybody is a member. So we have all the associations, starting from the shipping lines to the freight forwarders to CHAs to the ports terminal. So we are talking to each other, we exchange the suggestions, and that's how we are improving our regulatory processes. I think we know there is a long way to go, but we are taking small steps, and today's world is more of the fluidic dynamic. We take one thing but there is some other challenge, but that's how I think we are growing with each other.
I'll just add a couple of things to what Sagar said. I completely agree with both Girja and Sagar. Girja is right. We've come a long way. We have a long way to go. And Sagar is also right. I think we've done some exceptionally good work in managing the situation, the current crisis situation. We have taken several steps forward to help international shipping lines to be able to discharge their boxes on the western coasts of India. Having said that, I will also say that we need to see, are we taking, in some cases, 2 steps forward and 1 step back. For example, there was a relaxation of cabotage laws. And there is an absolutely fantastic port. If you ever get a chance, go there, see it, Vizhinjam port, where which MSC was using as a transshipment port. And while we were not overtly planning to challenge Sri Lanka's ports, which are also excellent, it gave India the opportunity of a natural deep draft. I think it has an 18 or 20 meter draft to be able to do transshipment. But that cabotage law has now been revisited. So that's a step back. And I also want to say that we have a lot of port capacity in India. We're building more, but we already have a lot. The eastern ports of India are seriously underutilized. Whether it is Vizag, Gangavaram, Paradeep, Krishnapatnam, Kattupalli, Ennore, Chennai, they're very underutilized, as ma'am will agree. So we have the potential to do a lot more. We must look at areas of the country which are not touched. And while I am a big fan of the Northwest Corridor, that is what I'm familiar with, I've worked with for years, and that will continue to be the primary, driving swath, as I say, for connectivity, hinterland connectivity via the West Coast. Having said that, what about the East? I'm very proud to say the company that I work for, Pristine Logistics, has invested heavily in the east of India. We have an ICD in Bihar, the only one in Bihar. We have the only private ICD in Uttar Pradesh, in Panki. In Bihar, it's near Patna. And we have in Bengal, Siliguri. So what I'm saying is that we need a lot more attention to the eastern part of the country, which is already requires far more development than it has today. So infrastructure projects, I'm happy to know that DFC is connecting Dankuni to JNPT, you said, sir? To Surat. All right. So that's a good start. If Dankuni also becomes an ICD in future, that will be even better. But so just adding to what Girija and Sagar said, we've come a very long way. The DFC indeed is a big game changer. It's taken its time coming. But now that it's there, as a rail operator, I can actually, with the help of Indian Railways, give a committed transit from ICD to port, which was something we couldn't have done earlier. So yes, I'd say we are certainly on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you. And I heard that you were saying that we are not being able to kind of utilize our infrastructure, which has already been built in certain parts of it. And I believe one major reason or component to that is the workforce or skills and capabilities. So I would like to request the panel to kind of throw some light on what kind of policy measures or tweaks are required so that we can skill our workforce and utilize our infrastructure more to the optimum levels and achieve the efficiency out of it. Maybe someone who is practicing in it, maybe it could be Ms. Devi or someone who would like to kind of take this up as a challenge which the ecosystem is facing in terms of.
Okay, I'll take that up first. So just wanted to, as a carry forward from what our predecessors, were talking about, I do want to shed some light on some numbers. One being, when the National Logistics Policy came out and the PM GatiShakti National Master Plan also came out, there was a very ambitious plan in terms of the Indian logistics sector, which we realized, it came out in very good light during the COVID period, and the government also recognized that. There's a lot of work that went into it as well. So I would like to, in my own perspective, I would see that to be a very foundational phase of what the logistics and the warehousing sector can take forward. Where we are currently with the kind of work that the government and the private stakeholders have joined hands together and put forth is that we are currently in what I would like to call as an accelerating phase. At this point of time, what we do require, the need of the hour, sir, is that one, we need to have a lot of focus on execution. Number two, on improving efficiency and optimization. and number 3, skilling. These 3 are the most important factor. It clocked around $350 billion, right? It was a very good number. And it was projected to grow at 9%, and we were looking at maybe around 27 to reach around 450 billion, and by 2031 to reach around 600 billion. That's a very good number. But despite the conflicts that's going on, and there's a global correction on the overall global logistics GDP as well. Now you translate into the Indian logistics GDP, we can go for a correction of 1 to 2.5%, but that's still a very good growth. Now what is much more a better finding for us is that while there's a correction in the overall logistics GDP, we are seeing acceleration in the warehousing GDP, which is a fantastic find for us. What we did notice is that maybe the Indian warehousing stock absorption in FY 25-26 for around 550 million stock. And now we're looking at adding on this year alone. By this time, we are already adding on 60 to 65 million stock across India. And this is only about grade A warehousing. I'm not even taking into account the grade B and the grade C and the godowns as well and the silos. I have not taken that into account at all. I'm only talking about grade A. So if you add on the logistics multiplier effect, we are looking at warehousing not crunching, rather expanding. And this is again going to have a ripple effect in terms of the logistics growth also expanding. We may not be coming into that correction of 1.5% to 2.5%, which is a great number, right? So that's the reason I feel that irrespective of what is actually happening in the geopolitical condition, while that is quite a sad situation, it is actually what has happened for us is we are so resilient, but we are still able to grow. In this day and time, we have to be offensive. When I say offensive, let me be politically correct as well. When I say offensive, I mean to say that we have to be resilient, number 1. We have to be flexible, number 2. We have to be adaptive, number 3, which means that, so all of you should be aware about the theory of elasticity, right? You pull a rubber band, you leave it back, it comes back to the same size and to the same shape. In the same matter, we should be having buffering in our own logistics processes, people and the flow, where we have elasticity set in, which means we have resilience. That is what resilience actually means. It doesn't matter whether there's contraction or there is dissemination that's actually happening in the global arena. As far as the Indian logistics sector is concerned, we need to have this resilience in order to have the buffer to handle all of these external factors, which never really gives us a heads up, right? There's always one bottleneck, close it, there's another bottleneck, there's a new bottle opening every other time. So we should be well aware of all the caps that fit into these bottles, right? So it's always better to be proactive than to be reactive. So that being said, specifically on the skilling factor, today we have a lot of people coming in, right? There was an estimation of around 10 million jobs to be present like 2 years before. I'm sure it is 30% higher now with the kind of colleges and institutions that are coming up. We have our MOUs with several colleges where we are industry partners, where we are teaching them on the practical aspect of it. What we are seeing is that, very practically speaking, coming in, we see that they do not have the skill or they do not have the right sort of understanding as far as practical knowledge is concerned for the logistics, shipping and the warehousing sector. What we can do as an industry, and it's something that I would put forward to the government as well, what we can do, this is tested again because we have done that. When you go in as industry partner, because you have the kind of knowledge, you have the kind of capability, there's expertise, there are people who are with the organization for years together, there are people who are there in the field for many, many years since the starting of their career. When you have them training the graduate students or the postgraduate students for that matter, the skilling actually goes up very well because they are already well versed in terms of the practical knowledge. So when they're coming in, you're not spending 6 months training them only for them to jump over in 2 years' time, right? So you imagine you train them for 6 months and they get very well versed with whatever it is that you're talking about and whatever the vertical that you want to train them in. 2 years later, they go for a better job opportunity. I never blame the youth because they want to earn better, they want to have a better grade as well. But at the same time, the 6 months that you have spent in training them, you convert the cost, it's quite high. It's a high cost, right? So when you have students coming in fully skilled, then that 6 months of buffer period that you're having where you're training them comes down. So you have students coming in and start working, growing in their career, they're happy, you're happy, your overall, efficiency also goes up, your manpower optimization also goes up. And very importantly, addressing the problem of AI. So there's a lot of conversation where they say that, AI is going to come in and it's going to replace people. AI, or I would not call AI, in terms of technology only replaces redundant tasks, not people tasks. Let us be very clear on that. Redundant tasks can be done by anybody who doesn't even have a skill, right? Those are the tasks that will be replaced by technology, not talent. Never the talent, right? We need skilled people. Why? Because your technology relies on data. And data is given by your talent who puts the data together on an Excel sheet or on their system and whatever kind of software that you're working on. So you need the right sort of talent to understand what kind of data to be fed into your system, which can be used by you to optimize your systems so that you're servicing your customers better and you're actually also bringing down your logistic costs. So skilling is absolutely important, and I think the industry has to become partners in institutions where we are able to actually disperse our knowledge to them and they come in ready to work.
Thank you very much. And I heard that you were just talking about like how the resilience is not only about like responding to a particular situation, but also being responsive and elastic to the situation. So further adding to that, in the current VUCA world which we are kind of living in as of now, flexible supply chain is the need of the hour, we believe. And for that, I would like to kind of request Girija to kind of focus or maybe kind of give some light on how the Indian SMEs can build resilient supply chains. And parallelly, I would also request Zlata to kind of share her views, like how is logistics ecosystem is within the BRICS framework, and what's the Russia's view in terms of like how can India do good in its or how Russia can support in India's initiatives under BRIC chairmanship, which India is assuming for this year. Yeah, over to you guys.
Right. So maybe let me give a corollary here again. So if you go to Germany, and if you're in Berlin, you typically are talking 20-25 lakhs. So let's say 3 million, 3.5 million population. And out of all the Fortune 500 that Germany has, I think maybe 2 or 3 are based out of Berlin, right? Similarly, maybe 2 or 3 in Munich, and so on and so forth. Almost all of the other big names, the Schaefflers, the Schneiders, the BMWs, and the others are actually well spread out. And that allowed the obviously that has significant ramification to the point around skilling, because if every kid passing 12th has to go to Bangalore to find a job, then no matter how many roads you build, you're never gonna really make it, right? So that's one part that if we are looking at, coming back to the question you asked around, for SMEs to be competitive, I think the ability to actually create industrial corridors that are well spread out, leveraging local talent, local capabilities, and then well connected. So again, if you go back, it kind of links to what Roshan was saying and what Poroma was saying, right? That allows us to actually pull that manufactured good or a sub-assembly to where it's needed, either domestically or internationally. Then you really are solving multiple problems at the same time, right? So from our perspective as a shipping and a logistics company, I think that's what we are looking to enable in our limited ways, is create as many services across, both from west ports as well as east ports, connect the hinterlands through road, rail, air, whichever mechanics exist, and then enable the SMEs as well as larger organizations to make sure that their goods, the moment they get out of the factory, they reach the destination in the most reliable and efficient fashion. And it's actually a true challenge for some of the larger SMEs, because when I look at our ecosystem in the Western world, they would want to go deal with the SMEs, but they really struggle, partly because of these issues. So if you want to, let's say, source shoes or leather products, you really don't want to go below threshold, because the moment you do that, the reliability goes for a toss, the quality goes for a toss, and for those SMEs, therefore, you need a layer of an aggregator. The moment you bring in that layer, inherently your cost competitiveness doesn't work very well. So if we are able to enable a more distributed set of logistics parks, capabilities, manufacturing hubs, connect them well via DFC and other initiatives, and make sure that we are able to pull in cargo in the most efficient, cost-effective manner, I think we would solve several problems in one go.
Thank you so much. Really glad to be a part of this event. And I would like to mention that today we are witnessing a fundamental transformation of a global trade architecture. So all of us, we know the news, the recent disruption in key marine routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, clearly demonstrate how vulnerable traditional logistic chains are. And that means that we need to diversify, we need to create alternative routes, and we need to work not in a bilateral way. It should not be just a Russia-India approach. It should be an interregional approach, and we need to create such type of routes that will be supported not only by the government but from the business as well. That will help to create a teamwork and a great access to the main thing that is most important for the business. Of course, logistics is the main part. We need to create together an ecosystem, and it requires an ecosystem approach. We need to combine the infrastructure with the digital solutions, with the regulatory alliance, with a strong partnership, not only at the government level, but at the business level as well. That will allow us to create strong chains that will work without any interference from inside. So it will be really important to mention that India has a perfect program, GatiShakti, and it's showing not just an approach only in the logistics sector, it's covering the main parts of the business, of course, including the logistic part, but it's an ecosystem. And if we would like to create not a vulnerable logistic model, we need to combine first our digital solutions together. So we need to create a digital ecosystem. So here in India, you have an ULIP. We also have in Russia National Transport Program. And of course, for the business, for the first, it will be really convenient to have an access to your program, to Russian program. It will help to track the containers. It will help to see what is happening with the exact goods that are traveling from Russia to India. Of course, we need to work on the routes as well. We are working together with the Indian with the North-South Transport Corridor. We are paying a lot of attention to that. We are investing, the government investing, the business is investing. And in general, yes, of course, it will help us to reduce the transit time. Costs will be much less. We need to work at the same time at the transport routes and alternative transport routes, and to the approaches that we have to the logistic. And first, of course, we need to think more about the business, because business is bringing to us an access to the other regions. It connects us. If we will put it not at the bilateral level, but to the BRICS level for the very beginning, of course, then we can extend it, we can widen it. But in general, the idea is to work in a complex way, not only with the logistic part, but with the production part, with the business part. We can create a scheme that will work like the timing, like the watches, and it will help. It will bring benefits to all of us. So let's don't forget about the practical parts. Let's try to do more support. Let's try to give more to the business. From the side of the government, of course, we are paying a lot of attention to that. Our big companies like FESCO, like a group of companies, DELA and Ministry of Transport, they participated at the end of February in the Logistic Forum in Mumbai. It's just one of the steps. Of course, together we can create a system of warehouses, cold chains, and it will influence into many sectors. It will, of course, influence into our bilateral turnover. If we'll speak about that, at the end of 2025, the bilateral turnover between Russia and India is $68 billion, and the turnover is unfortunately very imbalanced. And according to the data of 2025, the container export is only 42,000 TEU. It's around 2% of the Russian container export at all. And here we can see a lot of potential, a lot of work that we can do together. That's why we're paying a lot of attention to the imports from India to Russia. And it will help to create a chain, and it will help us to use these containers not only on the way from Russia to India, but on the way back as well. So thank you so much for participation.
Thank you. Since we're talking about resilience, so we should also be talking about the green practices or something. And I would request Poroma and Mr. Sagar, because they represent like the two different spectrums on the in the ecosystem. So I just want to understand like your views on like, do we have green practices which are already in operations and which are profitable as well? And if yes, are they replicable? And if yes, then how are we planning to do that? Other thing, like, can we move, or can we consider green practices or green logistics as a more than compliance thing and make it like more as a practice which is profitable business model? So just want to kind of hear your views on that. Thank you.
Green logistics or green anything costs money. Make no mistake. And are there efforts being made? Yes, of course. Traditionally, what is the inland waterways? Least amount of carbon emission, 0. How are we doing at inland waterways? Next, rail is certainly more efficient than road when it comes to carbon emissions. I think 3 or 4 times more, as somebody mentioned. How much have we been successful in achieving a modal shift from road to rail? We haven't. Reasons for that are many. Number one, while the railways has grown, become far more robust, there are a lot of container train operators led by Concor doing an excellent job. But the road sector has grown equally fast, if not faster. The National Highway Authority of India has done a stellar job. So roads are now very often a preferred mode of transport because it's faster, it's sometimes safer, and certainly there's more transparency for the customer. The biggest benefit of road, however, remains cost. It is more cost efficient. So there is cargo which moves directly from your factory straight into the port or straight into a CFS in the port. Now, you know, the ramifications of this are too many to list here, but is it the right way forward? I think not. I think the modal shift from road to rail is imperative. It has to happen. But it has to be supported by government initiatives primarily, and of course the private sector. To your question that are there green initiatives? There are electric vehicles and so on. But are people prepared to pay for it? No. To a certain extent, everybody has a requirement to meet a certain amount of carbon credits, green credits, and so on. Somebody might be able to or willing to pay 1x or 2x. In fact, at a recent forum where I was speaking, there was a customer. I asked her, and she gave me a very good answer. She said, sustainability is extremely important for our company. But if you ask me to pay 10x of what I pay today, I won't do it. So at best, 1x or 2x, but that does not cover the cost of my having to change my reach stacker to another model, not use diesel, use something else, use battery. It doesn't work. So everything comes at a price. And everybody, the consumer, the supplier, everybody has to be prepared to pay for it. I don't think we are there yet. I don't think anyone in the world is there yet. There is no country who's able to say that, I have turned green and I haven't increased my cost and everybody is happy. It's not happening yet.
Yeah. Rightly said by Poroma. In fact, she had made it more complicated what I was thought I'll speak. But yeah, rightly said, it has a cost, not only in a monetary terms, the cost in terms of the reliability, visibility. When I talk about this reliability, visibility, we're talking about the multimodality. She rightly said, in fact, that we have studied also in the logistics cost assessment. That's what the market is reflecting. The assessment of the logistics cost is what the market practices is in India. Definitely, why we have seen that the cost is high or the resistance from the industry moving to the road or rail from road is the time and cost when the goods are being transferred from one mode to another. That's two things. With the improvement with the road infrastructure, we have more reliability, visibility, and that's good. That is what the customer wants. Again, for the green logistics, I would say we are again the solution provider. Ultimately, it will be driven by what the customer needs. I think there are still the companies, multinationals, they are still struggling to get the scope 2, scope 3, the carbon emissions. They said, our practices, we are having the sustainability, but they are, service provider. One company, for example, X, and they are procuring the smaller transport services from their vendors. So they are not providing the green solutions. So they are struggling. Some multinationals have already their, the global targets of net zero by 2030. And India, we are not, providing them the solutions for that. So I think the green solutions as a demand from the customer or a global demand, definitely it has a cost. We need to integrate definitely. We have worked towards, efficiency, reliability, cost. Now I think that's another bottleneck or challenge for us, everybody, a logistics service provider. We need to work with this green word. We need to have been integrated. So we are talking about the resilience, cost effective, efficient supply chain, logistics chain. Sustainability will have to be integrated by choice or by, force. So,
Sagar, there are things which can be done without spending a lot of money. In areas where there is a lot of, let's say, diesel usage, or there's a lot of, manufacturing and so on, plant some trees. Do waste management, water management, safety, sewage management. These are things which don't require a lot of money. We need to see whether we are actually doing this in our own backyard. I don't think so. If we did this, if there was a target given to companies, if you are a manufacturing unit or you are anything, you need to plant X number of trees every year. The government will decide where. There are forest areas which are being depleted, not just in India, everywhere. But that is not because the government wants to do it. Sometimes there's no choice. So, but there are alternative locations given. So give targets. If the planet becomes more green, automatically the entire planet revives, becomes more sustainable. Right now, it's looking like concrete hell. So there are some things which don't require a lot of money. I don't think we are doing that at all.
I just want to add here very quickly because, sir and madam has already covered on the cost part of it. My concern is, number one, is we have to be very much mindful of the fact that logistics sector, in terms of fragmentation, maybe 3-4 years before we were at 10% as an organized part of it. Today at 30%, logistics sector is organized. But we have to be mindful of the fact is that 70% is still unorganized, right? So when we talk about circular economy, when we talk about green logistics, when we talk about sustainability, what is each person's understanding is what we have to take into account, right? We need to have roadshows. We need to have grassroots people being addressed as to what's the most simplest way of adopting a sustainable practice, which is not biting their hands, right? For an MNC company, having a sustainable implementing a sustainable practice is money again, but we can still manage it. But for someone who just has a godown or who's just having a couple of vehicles, maybe 4 or 5 vehicles, it's running on EMI, okay? I'm being very practical here. So when it's running on EMI, asking them to be mindful of carbon emission doesn't work there at all because it's least of their problems, right? So we have to be mindful of that. So what we need to do is, number one, Go down to the ground and tell them that these are sustainable practices that you can adopt, you must adopt, for which there will be subsidies. I'm talking about the 70% of fragmented sector in the logistics industry per se, right? In terms of the 30%, we already know what we need to do. We know what is the science-based targets that we have to achieve. We know what's the kind of scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions that we have to be evaluating on. We know what we must do and we must not do. It is the 70% that should be our concern. That's number one. Number two, in terms of moving the pressure from the road to the rail, the biggest concern is it's not that our clients do not want to move to the rail. It's actually much better. The cost comes down drastically. There's a 70% cut down on the logistic cost when they move from road to rail. The problem is connectivity. That is where we are having a problem. Let me give you a real case scenario that happened. So what happened, sir? We had an automotive customer and they said that they want to move 80 rakes every week, right? From one station to the port. So we said, okay, let's do it. You know, we have the rail connectivity in so and so station. Let's go there and let's have a word and let's do it. So we had the management from the automotive team come. We had gone. I was also present for that meeting. So we had gone there. We looked at it. We evaluated the space. We said, okay, this is going to be great. We're going to cut down on the logistic cost. All of this happened. So we spoke with the railway managers there and we were talking to them and we said, you know, we want to start off. How long will it take? It will take 2 years, right? And their project was in 1 month. 2 years was a very long time. So what they did do is, let's go back to the road, right? The issue is in terms of connectivity, that is a problem. In terms of whether there are, you know, rail rakes that are running from so-and-so station to this port, and how fast can we get this through? We need that sort of connectivity in terms of with the railway corridors, with the clients, with the logistics service providers who can actually connect these entire, you know, this logistics service. So again, this sort of event, what will happen is their pressure comes down. So you imagine, sir, in a car carrier, I'm loading 3 cars. That is down on the floor. That is 2. On top, there's 1. On a rail rake, so which means I'm loading, let's say for calculation purposes, you know, I'm not very good. So let's say I'm loading 4 cars in one transport vehicle, right? So which means I'm using 20 carriers on the road, where for each of that vehicle, my customer will be paying me 50,000 rupees. Okay. This is not the markup. This is the actual rate that I'm talking about. Okay. So that's 50,000 rupees. Now, when this goes into rail, right, and he's able to move all of these 80 in that 80 rakes, what happens is his cost comes down by 70%, which means he's paying only 25,000. Right. That is a huge change. That is a huge logistics cost that is actually coming down for the client. And in terms of the sustainability, the pressure is off the road. Right. So these are things that we should be taking into consideration as well.
This problem is well noted by the government. All ministries are working. In fact, when we were working in the PM GatiShakti Network Planning Group, now most of the railway projects we are working towards the capacity. We know our railway lines are congested. Everybody is into the business. So we are aware the priority is the passenger freight. But now most of the high density corridors, all these for Delhi, Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai. So we are working on the tripling and quadrupling of the lines. We are having more dedicated lines for the freight cargo. Our DFCC colleague is there. They are building more, you know, we have already announced 4 or 5 corridors. They are building the terminals. GatiShakti terminal is not only the DFC railway, Indian Railway is constructing PPP modes. We are having more GatiShakti cargo terminals where the only freight, like handling of the cargo, that's being facilitated. We are having the multimodal logistics policy. We are working on that framework. So having more, you know, integrated cargo. So definitely we understand the problem and we are trying to increase the infrastructure for that matter.
We are also having high-rise OHE in the proposed new corridor like WDFC, wherein energy efficiency is more.
Right.
And it leads to sustainability and less carbon footprints. And also, freight charges for upper deck is 50% lower. That is a big...
What my proposal, sir, is that, you know, we do understand the expansion that is happening. We're very, very, you know, understandable of that as well. But what happens on the ground reality? So what we can do is, if there's a connectivity that we can do when these customers come to us with a sort of a support requirement, and we are connecting them to the right people, but this is going to be the timeline, so they are conscious of their SLAs as well. So how we can match this?
Devi,
what we can do?
If there is any Indian railway track, whether it is a container train operator like Concorde or my company or any other, or there is an AFTO, an auto freight train operator license, you can move trains from that place to the port or anywhere else. That is not an issue. Perhaps if you were moving cars, a lot of cars move very successfully from the NCR towards the ports. You need a place where cars have to be brought and parked. You need a minimum of 3 to 5 acres of land. So you can't just keep driving cars into containers. It's a very skilled activity, which is done very successfully today in the NCR. So if you're a customer and you still retain that customer, if there is a track, reach out to any container train operator. There are also special wagons which are made, which AFTO license holders have, in which the loadability of SUVs is more than it used to be earlier. Maybe earlier there were 3 SUVs. Now there may be 5. So wagons and technology has come in from overseas. In my previous company, in fact, we had a first mover advantage in India, whereas in the US, we were already running double stack trains. We were running, auto freight trains. So the size of the wagon, the size of the container in which the cars are loaded is different, and it's already there in India. So if you still have that opportunity, reach out to any container train operator. I'll be happy to help you. But you need land for cars to come. Also, when cars are loaded, there's always a little bit of, there could be damage. There's dust, there's, a scratch, something. You also need, your customer needs at the port, before they are loaded onto the ship, those cars have to be rechecked. So there are companies which provide that quality, inspection service. If you can get that done, it'll be a breeze. Wherever there is an Indian railway track, you can send your cargo. That's not a problem.
So under Schedule 3 of GCT policy, recently one modification has been made. Now cargo-related facilities can be developed at railway stations. We are also promoting that, so those who are interested, they can approach us in this regard.
So that's why we need to create the awareness, of course, for the customer and for the government, and we need to provide the mechanism that they can use. Of course, it's the most important thing. If we are given the instrument how to do that, it becomes more easier for both sides. And here we speak also about the digitalization and modern solutions and AI that you were mentioning, because it really helps to control a lot of some simple works, and that will allow us to create the unification. If we will have the unified approach, the unified solutions, for example, if you were speaking before about the containers and the sizes of the containers, so if we will have the same one, the same standard, it will allow us to make our life easier, because we will have the same. If you have a damage, so you can just change it. You can control what is the situation with the damage. So let's try to use more modern solutions, and it will be green as well. If we are coming to the first topic of our discussion from what we started, it's also about the green solutions and about the manpower and the younger generation that can start creating it. It's also about the MSMEs, because a lot of startups, especially from the IT sector, can be very useful, and it will not be so expensive, because they would like to promote themselves. They would like to show how they can work, what they can do. So let's try to use all these approaches together.
That's a great idea. I think that's absolutely the way to go forward. But from my little experience in the logistics sector, let me tell you, there is no substitute for practical knowledge and practical work. You can sit in a classroom and you can have the best of teachers telling you whatever they know best, but you will learn nothing. Especially in logistics. I mean, I can say that globally, nobody was aware of logistics as acutely as they became aware during COVID. They had no clue. They know about air freight. Why? Because people travel by air. Do you think they know anything about shipping or rail? They see trucks on the road, so they know that, okay, there is something called road transportation. There are trucks on the road. But what actually moves by rail? What actually moves on these gigantic vessels in the ocean? How does it work? People became aware because then everybody was ordering online. So they learned that there is a last mile, there is a first mile. But beyond that, knowledge is very sketchy. And let's be, it's a very harsh truth. But there are career options which pay much better than the logistics sector, far better. So when a youngster is a graduate or higher studies, where do they go? They'll go to a PE firm, they'll go to a bank, they'll go to some AI, I don't know, some institute or some IT firm. And I don't blame them. That's the future. But the bedrock of that future is actually logistics in every country. This pen would not have reached here without a logistics chain. People need to realize that. We have to make logistics more fun. But one thing I will tell you, that anybody who comes into this sector, regardless of remuneration, they never leave. And there's a reason for that. Because every single day is so challenging, it's so new, it's exciting. And when you do something, you can actually make a difference rather than sitting in a bank where everybody pretty much may be doing the same thing. So everybody here is a logistics professional, and I think you're very happy for it. Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, now she has made the discussions more interesting. Yeah, true, that's true. In fact, when we are in the national logistics policy, the skilling and how to improve the sector, that is our main concern. We have been discussing it regularly. Devi was mentioning about, elasticity theory. Now, logistics, what we teach? Which theory? Maslow's law of theory, economics, we know monopolistic market, oligopolistic market. MMLP theory, क्या पढ़ाएंगे क्या logistics में? So logistics but definitely, what was the reason what we understood? The sector was not formalized. In fact, we did not had a proper definition of the logistics, and still people do not know difference between logistics, supply chain and transportation for that matter. Most of the general people. What she said, people did not know. Now people are learning with the TV what is the Strait of Hormuz, what is a product tanker, what is the oil tanker, bulk vessels, container carrier. Everybody now knows. In last 2-3 days they are learning lot of shipping. They now know about the seafarers, what they do. Nobody's know. In fact, when I joined the shipping company long back, and I used to tell my relatives I am in the shipping, they used to understand only merchant navy. So when do you come home? After 6 months or no, I said, I'm managing the vessels, in my office on the computers. Oh, that's also the career. So that's what it is. So, but when I have seen that everybody has landed into the logistics, by accident. So we are trying to make it more formal. We are trying to give it more recognition. Definitely, payment is not pay. That is always a differentiation in all the sectors. But we are trying to make it more formal. Recognition, more universities are coming up, more institution, associations are giving, we need a people, world need a people. We are giving seafarers to the world. We need to give the similar logistics. We are giving the drivers to the world. So why not the professional logisticians also? So we are trying to build with the Logistics Skill Council or FFI or AMTOY. So it's not the government's one man's job or something like that. We as an industry, FICCI, CII, everybody through this kind of thing, we are discussing logistics among the logistics. Why can't we have this session in a university? We should organize something like that. Big universities, be it Symbiosis there, organize. I met the Symbiosis people. Why can't we have a session in a Symbiosis? The graduation students, let's talk logistics in front of them. What the rail we do, other than carrying passenger, what the truckers are do, what challenge they are facing, what is the digitization, automation, AI, bilateral. We are doing so many things in bilateral also. Lata was speaking about, in all the European FTA or the US, UK FTA, logistics, supply chain, knowledge sharing is an integral part. And logistics division is contributing. We are working, we are sharing the knowledge, be it the sustainability, be it the port modernization, be it the mechanization in the ports, investment, FDI, sharing knowledge. So we are working because logistics is something we can't work in a silos. So it has to be, the same standard has to be there, which is in India, same container has to flow, same standard has to be there. Similarly, the DG goods, everything is, there are so many things we need to understand. Even in logistics, there are 10 streams. So we have formalized the 10 stream. Warehousing is altogether different. So there was no warehousing policy document in India. So we tried to collect, we have released 2 documents on standardization of warehousing guideline. So idea was to bring everything formalized, unified and make it a standardization. We are working on the MMLPs, we are working on the logistics parks. Now, we do not know what is the difference between logistics park and MMLP. Every MMLP is a logistics park, every logistics park is a MMLP. But we are trying to give a definition, we are trying to work with all the stakeholders, be it DG courses, or we are trying to make the SOPs for the air cargo operations, because we know even we have done the port process studies, we know 30 documents required on the East Coast, 80 documents required on the north, east or the south. So we are harmonizing it. We have recently released a One Nation, One Process, a book. Now all the processes are being standardized across major ports. We are trying to digitize, we are trying to minimize. We know the industry is giving the same set of documents to customs, to ports, or to different agencies. We are trying to bring them harmonized. It's a difficult task, we know, but we are trying to do that, and these, I guess.
I think I'll sum it up that there are just 2 things as a logistician, if that is a word. What makes it so interesting? 2 things. Number 1 is you need to have a very high level of tolerance to ambiguity. You will always be in ambiguous situations. You will not know what lies ahead. Sometimes you will not know what has happened even earlier. And the other thing, which is again very interesting, which creates stickiness, that is why we all hang around. It is management without precedence. As a manager or anybody in the logistics industry, you will not have a precedence. You will not have a book, an MBA book to open and say, okay, now this has happened and now this is how I will react. So your management will be without precedence. Every decision you take will be new depending on that situation. So if you can remember that you need a high level of tolerance to ambiguity, and you also need to know how to manage without precedence, I think you can be very successful overall in the logistics industry. Thank you.
And I would like to a little more develop the topic that Sagar was covering about the education and creation of awareness. We are already working closely with a lot of Indian universities, and we are ready to organize such type of lections. So we can do that together, involving the Ministry of Transport from the Russian Federation. I'm ready to invite the Russian business, and we can do a little more inter-regional and international cooperation in that way. So we can prepare for both sides unique specialists that will know, of course, at the very beginning just a theoretical part, but a little later they can know more about the practical part. So that's really very important, and we can do that together. Of course, at the very beginning it will be a bilateral level, then it can be an interregional level. So let's work more on that. We discussed so many things today and covered so many topics that interact into just a logistic one. So it was such a pleasure to be with you today and to discuss, and we'll be more than happy to continue this dialogue. Let's make these discussions more open, and let's show it to more players of the market, because logistic is a part of everything.
I just quickly want to add on to what Sagar was talking about in terms of what we call as cross-disciplinary, right? It's very popular in the medical field. I'm from the medical field. I made a choice to come into logistics. So we have something called as cross-discipline. So to give you a background is that we always feel when we want to talk about the findings that we have done, it's always better to go to an opposite field. Let's say if I want to talk about something to do with neurology, I would go into a pediatric department and do a presentation, because they will understand what I'm talking about, and they will become much more particular, more microscopic focus on picking up children with neurological problems, right? It's very basic understanding of what I want to talk about. So the same way, when we do a cross-disciplinary understanding of what logistics is, in an MBA class or in a graduate class, and even in school, I think even in career guidance, there has to be logistics as well. So that children also understand that there is a field like this and this is the way to go about it. what, in a very practical sense, what did happen is we are one of the industry partners for Loyola Institute of Business Administration in Chennai. So every year we have an endowment lecture that is constituted in the name of our chairman, Dr. S. A. V. Brito. So every year we invite somebody from the field to come in and give a lecture for an hour. So what we have actually seen is that, and this is the third year that we had, it just got over in the last week. What we have seen is that year on year, we have 30 students increasing in the PGDM for logistics and supply chain when we started the endowment lecture. And this endowment lecture was not only for the logistics students, it was for the entire MBA students. And we saw that sort of a shift that was happening. So if that one college can see this sort of number increase, and if we can do this across the country, starting off from the career guidance, we are actually looking at a lot more students coming in a more guided manner, in a more understanding manner of this is the field that I want to go into, and I'm coming in with this sort of passion, and I want to pick it up and go forward with it. Just my thought there.
In fact, let's make a practice. Maybe for next 1 year, chambers or the industry can organize in all the colleges in wherever, Western region, South region, wherever they are working. We should not charge the honorarium, just for a guest lecture on the Saturday or weekend. Let's teach the logistics, make it more popular. At least they are getting our cargo, like whatever the daily essentials. We are transporting the goods. So let them understand how it is coming, be it the import, export, or the domestic things.
So thank you very much.
Please include Varun in your, this should be the task for the next 1 year for everyone.
Thank you very much, panelists, for this wonderful discussion, free-flowing discussion, and sharing your practical insights and make us learn the experiences which you have. It's a pleasure to be here, and I think we are kind of on the top of the time, so maybe we'll like to kind of have a couple of questions from the audiences if there are any. Yeah, sir, please. Or maybe closer to the microphone. No, it's not working.
Yeah, I think it's working. Yeah, so myself, Amik, I'm Amik Malik. I am from Nippon Express. We are a logistics service provider. We provide supply chain solutions and warehousing distribution, and also multimodal service and as well as freight forwarding service like air freight, ocean freight. It's a Japanese MNC. So my question would be to Mr. Sagar, since you are you're from the ministry, and as of now, yes, national logistics policy has came up, and also last year PM PM GatiShakti is also in line, and everything is seems to be very, very futuristic and very, very lucrative. But still, we are facing the demand and supply chain issue. So, in terms of demand is high, but the supply is very less. If you talk about the warehouse standard, so still there is warehouse infrastructure which is not up to the mark. So except just tier 1 and tier 2 cities where the logistics parks like MMLP and multi-unit logistics parks made by Wellspan or maybe Indospace or Horizon. But if we go to the tier 2 cities like Lucknow, Kanpur, or any other just small cities, small towns like Mohali or maybe Dehradun, it really very difficult to find the warehouse standard, the standard warehouse which is having the 100% fire head and fire redundancy and the adequate space for the fire safety as per the fire norms are there. Like so, some warehouses making 40 feet wide between the warehouse wall and the boundaries. Some warehouse owners are making 30 feet gap, and some are making just container a parking space. So how this Ministry of Commerce and Industry is going to just mitigate this issue, and where customers nowadays are very just choosy, and they only want for go to the compliant facility, and as per the standard like they will go for 500 and the warehouse without fire notice they will not come up with, and with the 500 500.
I
So and
understood
it's
your
a
problem.
actual problem. So you find out this standardized warehouse as well as a compliant warehouse. So how our government of India is going to mitigate
So
this
we
issue.
understand there is a shortage of the warehouses, but the sector is growing at the 15 or 20%. In fact, some figures I'm reading of the 15% CAGR at the growth rate. Some I'm in fact reading up to 25%. In the tier 2, tier 3 also, the demand is growing up definitely. There are issues definitely, land acquisition, be it a problem, vertical integration, so we are working on all these issues. We have to see, lot of things are there, mechanization is not there, but definitely it's being viewed. Industry is coming up. We are releasing the grading and standardization policy for the warehousing. Local laws are being reviewed for the MMLP. Since MMLP, there is no separate section as a MMLP. It is always a shop and establishment or the Factories Act which covers the warehousing facilities. So we are trying to make it more standardized, more sector specific. Industry is coming a lot. They are investing a lot. There is a FDI. There are local investment. As a ministry, be it a MORTH or other, we are working on the multimodal logistics. There are 5 are already in the construction phase, big facilities with the 300, 400, where we are trying to give the rail and road connectivity, integrated customs. And there are a lot of private investments are coming up with the state government coordination. So next 2 to 3 years, I think what the issue we are discussing today should be, we'll be comfortable with the situation.
Okay,
Thank you very much. And I think we are short on time because a couple of our colleagues, or you can say panelists, have to take a flight. So if there are any further questions, you can take them one-on-one, and we would like to kind of close this session here. Thank you very much for your patience.
I have one quick question. I'm from cement company. My name is Sai Prasad Joshi. I have a question to Mr. Roshan Singh. Is there any plan for the southern India to come up with DFCs? Because there is a lot of congestion for the traffic, rail traffic going from southern part to western part.
Yeah, north-south DPR has been submitted with the Ministry of Railways, and we hope that it will come up in years to come. Though as of now, I'm not sure, but there are chances.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you, moderator. Can we have a group photograph before we formally conclude? With this, we come to the end of third edition of GatiShakti Summit organized by FICCI. A heartfelt thank you to all the speakers and delegates who have, being a part of the today's sessions and contributed to enriching discussions with their perspectives. It has been a truly engaging sessions. We hope you found it, as valuable as we did. We look forward to, building on these discussions and taking them forward in days to come. Thank you all. Thank you once again for being with us today. Delegates, we have tea, coffee arrangements outside. You can, proceed to the banquet hall.